trends. And we're saying that there are legal provisions that exist.
That the bill entitled of Misuse Amendment Act 2020 a third time as amended. Those in favor? Those against? House resumes its sitting. All members, we will take a break for lunch. It's now 5:02 according to my clock. So we'll return at 3:15. This House is now in recess until 3:15. Blue Jackets. President, this Honorable House is back in session. Honorable members, in line with the order of the day, the next bill up is the Medical Amendment Act 2019. I therefore call upon the Minister for Health and Social Development, the Honorable Carmen Malone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to introduce, and then we will debate the amendment of which we speak. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the second and third reading of the bill shortly entitled Medical Amendment Act 2019. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Medical Amendment Act 2019 be read a second time. And while I am making that move, Mr. Speaker, I would like to give some of the objective reasons for this bill this time, and I would ask your indulgence as I refer to my notes from time to time. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, history will show the month of June as quite historic in that we started on the 28th of May, which basically hits it into one of the best months of the year, June. And during that period, we introduced, inclusive of this, 14 bills, resolutions, policies in 4 separate sittings. The House was called 4 times. So, Mr. Speaker, it is no doubt then that June will, but this is special indeed because the debate on the amendment to the Medical Act, the Amendment 2019, which will be retitled 2020, is indeed a debate on the development of medical services in the British Virgin Islands. History will show that Cottage Hospital opened in the capital city of Road Town as a 2-room facility in 1922 as the territory's main medical facility, and in 1950 was renamed after its founder, Major Peebles. I will make an announcement now, as I've told the professionals in the institution, that come 2022, it will mark 100 years since an official building, official facility was opened, as I mentioned, in 1922, and we shall be celebrating the 100th anniversary, 100th year of medical facilities in the Virgin Islands. In December 2014, Mr. Speaker, a new 7th-floor, 151 square feet expansion officially opened and was renamed the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital just in 2018. The facility currently operates with a capacity of 83 of the 120 beds that are envisaged for this facility at a time, but currently 83 beds. We have 14 dialysis units and features a state-of-the-art imaging unit, 3 operating theaters, a pharmacy, medical laboratory that currently facilitates on-spot, in-time PCR testing to detect the presence of COVID-19 virus. We have prenatal care, procedure rooms, delivery rooms, and more. There's currently in operation now, and actually contract will be let soon for a COVID-19 center. When that is dismissed, then we will expand the Rotown Clinic facilities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under the Public Health Ordinance, Cap 195, free medical treatment is available at all public facilities to the elderly, being persons who are 65 years and older, to children, being those persons of 16 years or under, police officers, firemen, prison officers, public health workers, the mentally challenged, indigent persons, and prisoners. All other persons must pay for medical treatment received from public health care facilities. Health care, Mr. Speaker, in the Virgin Islands is provided by a combination of public and private health care providers. Together with the Dr. D. Orlando Hospital, there are 13 clinics, one private hospital, the Bougainvillea Hospital, and 12 private practices. With investment of over $8 million, the opening of the new Nurse Iris O'Neill Medical Facility on Virgin Gorda, it will usher in 24 hours medical facility on the island. So those who brave that they are from Virgin Gorda can in fact be born in Virgin Gorda. It will come. It will happen. Mr. Speaker, additional records of active registered medical professionals include 158 physicians, 14 dentists, 75 allied health professionals, 198 nurses, 60 midwives, 23 nursing assistants. Mr. Speaker, I am proud that most, and it will include all, of the members of the House of Assembly have agreed or will agree that we have some nursing students, allied health students, and others who wish to have summer employment for the months of July and August. It will cost about $36,000. We will agree to divide up this cost equally, and the students are looking forward to this. Can I get a yay, Mr. Speaker? The yeas have it. Mr. Speaker, the Medical Act 2000 provides for the registration of medical, dental, and allied health practitioners and regulates the sale of drugs and poisons in the Virgin Islands. The Medical and Dental Council and the Allied Health Professional Council are established under the Act to carry out the process of credentialing persons entitled to practice medicine, dentistry, or allied health professions in the territory. Cabinet on the 18th of February 2015 approved drafting instructions from the Ministry of Health and Social Development. In addition to prior consultations, the ministry has reached out and have received additional input from the CEO of the BVI Health Services Authority, from the Medical and Dental Council, from the National Health Insurance Professionals, private physicians, about 3, and private allied health practitioners. Mr. Speaker, it can be clearly stated that this bill, this act, although first given instructions for drafting in 2015, have gone through a number of input. When asked, when looked at, there was still some apprehension as to whether or not it covered everything. So what we've done is that we have, my office has compiled a number of the suggestions, all 12 pages full of it, which would be considered during the committee stage so that we can have a broad view, because these are never going to be perfect. As mentioned in this presentation already, we have already passed 14 bills, acts, and none of them without some degree of apprehension. But once the committee stage was done, I can proudly say that we've reached a point where we have acts, bills, and others that are in the best interests of the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, we would note that medical services have its history in the Virgin Islands. As I have mentioned in this House many times before, although the push for the reinstatement of the Constitution started, whether it was 47, 48, it was not until when Honorable Theodore Faulkner came down with his ill wife to Rotown and had to stay over for days, if not weeks at a time, and Honorable Whitley is the historian on that, that he was able to join his voice in this, and the march, I think it was November of 1949, took place, spurred by medical services. So, Mr. Speaker, we are aware that history has a way of repeating itself if we are not mindful of what caused it. We must know our history. So, Mr. Speaker, the proposed changes to modernize the Medical Act of 2000, it brings into line with the demand for modern healthcare in the BVI. And I'm reading excerpts from different inputs that we had. The provisions for specialist registration and licensing normalizes the existing practice which was not fully covered under the existing Act. It creates a specialist register to register medical and dental practitioners with additional specialist qualification and sets out the acceptable qualifications for such. This provides for protection of the public and the basis for privileging of practitioners with specialist skills to carry out specific procedures within the Health Services Authority and other private practices. Licensing formalizes the existing process of laying out the requirements for continued practice, including requirements for continuing education. This ensures maintenance of skill and currency of practice for all practitioners. This adds another layer of protection and compliance with international standards in keeping with the DNV GL International accreditation that the BVI Health Services Authority is currently pursuing. To be clear about that, we are in the advanced stages of accreditation of our medical services here in the BVI. We have reduced the list of exceptions down to a minute and manageable amount. It is important that with the investments that we have made in the facilities, be it the clinics, be it the hospital now or the facility now on Virgin Gorda, be it in the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital, that the four walls of any of these institutions cannot get themselves accredited. It is the services that come from them that we have to rely on. These amendments to the Medical Act of 2000 further lay out the acceptable qualifications and formalize existing practice of the Medical Council. A number of additional categories of registration are included and formalized. These include temporary, provisional, and special registration. They give the leeway to provide registration in a number of different ways for different purposes, including practitioners coming from a single visit or purposes in times of urgent need or emergency, or for training and evaluation. This is critical, and we have to find ways in which this could be better facilitated. Because take, for instance, no one in February, or maybe January, knew that the world, come the 11th or 15th of March, will basically close down because of COVID-19. Medical facilities, medical personnel were required. These are strained in every first world, second world, and third world country. The professionals are exhausted, and we must have leeway in which we can then have the professionals required from time to time to come, and once they are proven to be registered, then to have a leeway that they can be registered to go into action as needed immediately. And we have to see about this. This provides a leeway for special provisions of services or in situations where a practitioner requires evaluation, or in the event that the government was to pursue setting up internship, training, and other studentship programs in the BVI Health Services Authority. As we explore medical schools, Mr. Speaker, we have to find ways in which the laws can keep track, keep pace with what is intended in order to up the level of health care in the Virgin Islands. The amendment clearly lays out the definitions of professional misconduct, which hitherto were not clearly defined, and stiffens the penalties under the Act. The amendment similarly strengthens the provision for allied health practitioners. The amendment more clearly defines the role and operation of the councils. These changes bring the Act into line with modern practice and provides a basis for regularization of a number of changes that have already been put in place of the Medical Council. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that of the 30 acts, bills, policies, regulations that the Ministry of Health and Social Development have to deal with, about 4 to 5 of these are looked at in the health field in one way or the other, be it the nurses and midwives, be it the allied health, which is under this, and the other acts that we have dealing with medical facilities. It is important to note that these are not minor. These are the very acts, regulations, policies that guide and build healthcare delivery in the Virgin Islands. So, Mr. Speaker, in terms of some private input, I'll just read one. He says that I have reviewed the draft amendments to the Medical Act, and my opinion is that it is a general improvement of the present Act in many respects. By way of example, the proposed amendments now make specific provision for such matters as full registration, temporary registration, provisional registration, specialist registration, and the requirements for registration certificates to be displayed at the office, etc., which were not previously included in the Act. Mr. Speaker, going then, Clause 2 of the Act seeks to amend the title of the Act from Medical Act 2000 to Medical, Dental, and Allied Health Practitioners Act 2000. Clause 3 seeks to amend Section 2 of the Principal Act by having the new definitions. When we go in committee stage, there were definitions that may have been inadvertently left out. We'll have a chance to put them in, those in the allied health field and others. Clause 4 seeks to amend the Principal Act by inserting paragraphs 3A and B to provide for the functions of the Council and the powers of the Council. I will go through most of these, Mr. Speaker, only because if we don't hear it today, no one is going to take the time to read it, and then they'll say, well, you left it out. I was listening to you. You didn't mention it. Clause 5 then seeks to amend Section 9 of the Principal Act to provide for additional particulars to add to the medical and dental registry for medical and dental practitioners. Additionally, subsection 1A is added to provide for the different categories of registration to be entered into the register. 6 seeks to repeal Section 10 and replace with new Section 10 to provide for application for registration for mental and dental practitioners. Clause 7 provides for the insertion of Sections 10A to F, providing specifically for the requirement to be registered and have a practicing certificate, full registration, temporary registration, provisional registration, special registration, and registration as a specialist for medical and dental practitioners. Clause 8 will seek to amend Section 11 of the Principal Act. Clause 9 seeks to amend Section 12 of the Principal Act to provide for the insertion of additional qualifications in the medical and dental registry to the approval of the Medical and Dental Council. Clause 10 provides for the insertion of Section 1A to Section 16 to allow for the circulation of lists under 16(1) to all pharmacies in the Virgin Islands. Clause 11 seeks to repeal Section 17 of the Principal Act and replace with a section to address application for license to practice as a medical and dental practitioner. Additionally, Sections 17A to 17E are inserted under this clause to provide for matters including period of validity of license for medical or dental practitioner, review of license of a medical and dental practitioner, and the lapse of license. Mr. Speaker, Clause 12 provides for the insertion of Section 18A to provide for display of registration certificates, licenses, etc. by medical and dental practitioners. 13 provides for an amendment to Section 19 of the Principal Act by inserting a new subclause 1A to provide for an outline of what constitutes professional misconduct. Clause 14, Mr. Speaker, provides for an amendment to Section 22 of the Principal Act to change the penalty for making false or incorrect entry in the registry from $3,000 to $5,000. Clause 15 provides for an amendment to Section 23 of the Principal Act by repealing Sections 3 and 4. Clause 16 provides for minor amendments to Section 25(1) and 2 of the Principal Act. So too does 17 and 18 to Sections 26 and 29. Clause 19 provides for amendment to Clause 30 of the Principal Act. In Clause number 20, Mr. Speaker, it provides for an amendment to Section 33 of the Principal Act by inserting, again, new definitions. Clause 21 seeks to amend Section 40 of the Principal Act to provide for additional particulars to add to the Allied Health Professions Registry and Allied Health Practitioners. Additionally, subsection 1A is added to provide for the different categories of registration to be entered into the registrar. Clause 22 seeks to repeal Section 41 and replace with a new Section 41 to provide for application for registration of allied health practitioners. Clause 23 provides for the insertion of Section 41A to 41F, providing specifically for requirements to be registered and have a practicing certificate, full registration, temporary registration, provisional registration, special registration, and registration as a specialist for allied health practitioners. Clause 24, Mr. Speaker, seeks to amend Section 43 of the Principal Act to provide for the insertion of additional qualifications in the Allied Health Practitioner Registry, subject to the approval of the Allied Health Professionals Council. Clause 25 seeks to amend Section 24 to provide for the registrar to correct errors or omissions in the Allied Health Practitioners Registry, subject to the approval of the Allied Health Professionals Council. We're soon done, Mr. Speaker, because this is almost 20, well, this is 20 years since this act was written. Lots of amendments. Bring it into date. There'll be more. Clause 26 seeks to amend Section 48 of the Principal Act by repealing Section 48 and replacing with the new Section 48 to address eligibility to be licensed to practice as an allied health practitioner. Additionally, Sections 48A and 48E are inserted under this clause to provide for matters including period of validity of license of an allied health practitioner, renewal of a license of an allied health practitioner, and the lapse of such license. Clause 27 provides for the insertion of Section 49A to provide for the display of registration certificate licensed by the allied health practitioners. Clause 28 provides for an amendment of Section 50 of the Principal Act by inserting a new subsection 1A to provide for an outline of what constitutes professional misconduct. Clause 29 seeks to amend Section 53 of the Principal Act to provide for new penalties and offenses. Clause 30 provides for the repeal of Section 73 of the Principal Act to be replaced with the new 73 to provide for late registration fees. Clause 31 provides for the repeal of Section 74(1) of the Principal Act. Clause 32 provides for a minor amendment to Section 75 of the Principal Act. Clause 33 provides for an amendment to Section 77 of the Principal Act to repeal the penalty of $1,000 for persons who fail to comply with requirements of the Act or does anything contrary to the Act to be replaced with a penalty of $10,000. Mr. Speaker, Clause 34 provides for an amendment to Section 78 of the Principal Act by inserting new matters to be made by regulations by the minister. Clause 35 provides for the amendment to Section 1 of the Principal Act to provide for the insertion of new provisions under the Constitution of the Medical and Dental Council. Clause 36, Mr. Speaker, provides for amendments to Section 2 of the Principal Act to amend the heading and replacing the words Medical Act 2000 with the words Medical, Dental, and Allied Health Practitioners Act 2000. Clause 37 provides for the insertion of a new schedule after Schedule 2 to provide a form for the license to practice as a medical and dental practitioner. Clause 38 provides for an amendment to Schedule 3 to provide for new registration and license fees for medical and dental practitioners. Clause 39 provides for an amendment to Schedule 4 to provide for additional allied health professionals. Four more, Mr. Speaker. Clause 40 provides for an amendment to Schedule 5 of the Principal Act to provide for the insertion of new provisions under the Constitution of the Allied Health Professional Council. Clause 41 provides for an amendment to Schedule 6 by replacing the word Medical Act 2000 with the words Medical, Dental, and Allied Health Practitioners Act 2000. Clause 42 seeks to amend the Principal Act by inserting a new Clause 6 after Clause 6 to a new Schedule 6A after Schedule 6 to provide a form for license to practice as an allied health practitioner. Clause 43 seeks to amend Schedule 7 of the Principal Act to provide new allied health practitioners registration and license fees. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Clause 44 provides a transitional provision under this Act to allow existing registered medical or dental practitioners and allied health practitioners in actual practice to be deemed to be registered for a period of 1 year, and thereafter such practitioners must be registered and licensed in accordance with the provisions of this Act. Mr. Speaker, from the mere reading of this, you will appreciate that a lot of work have gone into this, and a lot of amendments are still sought to be made. But in committee stage, we'll go through them clause by clause, page by page, because from 1922 to 2022, 100 years, save for two, we would have had these come into play. We're bringing it up to speed, and we would have to look whether or not every 2 years we have additional provisions that we will seek to put so that we can keep it up to date as we become accredited. I went the exhaustive route, Mr. Speaker, so that the debate could be short. There will not be much more to add, save for the professionals that have worked so hard. We have with us the Chief Medical Officer, he's here. We have the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry, Health and Social Development, she's here. We have my Private Secretary, she's here. We have other professionals from the Attorney General's office. Mr. Speaker, a lot of work has been done. I thank you very much, and I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I move to second the motion and reserve my right to add any input since the minister have gone so deeply into it. Yeah.
Thank you, members. The bill has been moved and seconded, and the minister have also explained the objects and reasons. The floor is now open for debate on the Medical Amendment Act 2019. I recognize the member for the 2nd District, the Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution. The minister went through enormous detail in the objects and reasons, and being the historian he is, I can't say whether he's a good historian yet or not, because listening to him sometimes, he leaves out details depending on where, what and who it has to deal with. So, but he gave the historical background as it relates to the 20 years that this law, Mr. Speaker, has been on the books and now being amended. Mr. Speaker, knowing the persons that sit in that ministry, specifically the permanent secretary and the CMO and others, Dr. Potter and Mrs. Patrona Smith-Davies, I know this is something that, correct me if I'm wrong, Minister, I know that this is something that has been in trend for a while. And it is now here. Mr. Speaker, having the opportunity to serve in various capacities under that specific ministry over the course of the almost 15 years that I've been back home in this territory, Mr. Speaker, from the serving as a member of the board of the Health Services Authority to the youth courts as the youth court assessor from 2007 or 2006, I think it was, until 2013, well, 2015. Also serving as the board member on the medical and dental board, Mr. Speaker, and working closely with practitioners, and even through the mentorship program that I ran, Project Lionheart, with the Ministry of Health and Department of Social Development, Mr. Speaker, I know that this ministry and the people therein are not only intelligent people, Mr. Speaker, but they are persons that care, and they have no choice but to care given the field that they're in. The Minister of Health is responsible, he says, not being God, but he's responsible for births and deaths. In this vein, Mr. Speaker, registration of births and deaths, but he's responsible for everything in between as it relates to our health. And given a lot of what I know, Mr. Speaker, if I start, and I always start where I think makes the most sense to me. As it relates to the money, Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that it wasn't until 2012 that the fees under the Health Services Authority relating to the then People's Hospital and the outpatient clinics, the territorial clinics, Mr. Speaker, the fees to receive service in those institutions, Mr. Speaker, were at a minimum. I think, if I recall some of the numbers, a hospital bed was still at $25 to get the gauze and the injections. It was at a very, very low amount, Mr. Speaker, and that had been that way, I think, from the time Rock of Ages was a pebble. And Mr. Speaker, I recall sitting on the board at that time, and given what was presented to us from the information from the region as well as throughout the rest of the competing world as it related to what we wanted to see healthcare move to in this territory. It was one that we still didn't go to the full extent of what was required at that time. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, and I am guilty of not knowing whether it was done because my tenure on the board was only for a year. I think it was a year and a half. But I remember, Mr. Speaker, the fees didn't go to where they needed to go. I think they went from 25 for a bed. If I was to speak specifically, the minister is here, he could correct me, and I would encourage him to correct me so I don't mislead the House and the public. But I know the hospital bed went from $25 to I think $250, and it was supposed to go to $500, and the ideal amount was $750. Mr. Minister, I don't know if we're there yet or still at $500. 500. So, Mr. Speaker, and it is all due to the fact that because nothing was done for so many years as it related to the fees, going from $25 to I think $750, I think everybody and the mother would have think we went stark mother crazy. But given the fact, Mr. Speaker, and I am not here to put my foot in the fire for anyone, but what I am here to do based on what I have seen and what I have received and observed and the persons that have made the reports, Mr. Speaker, is that the health services in this territory is continuing to move to the cutting edge and be developed, Mr. Speaker. It is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but I believe we as a territory, Mr. Speaker, continue to make strides in the right direction to ensure that the welfare and the health care of everyone that is living among us and everyone that comes to live among us or even visit our shores, when it comes to their health care, that they receive as best treatment as they can anywhere else in the world. And where we don't have the expertise, Mr. Speaker, the facilities have been put in place to allow for transfers and have persons go to other jurisdictions within the network of the now established national health insurance. Mr. Speaker, there are persons in the medical field, especially now given this time of COVID-19, who I want to salute and extend my congratulations and thank you, my heartfelt thank you to, for going above and beyond, putting even themselves and their family at risk to ensure that persons are looked after and taken care of, Mr. Speaker, because it is not something that we could have prepared for. But I am grateful and thankful to them from the clinics and my nurse and Mr. George in Just Van Dyke and Igata and Virgin Gorda to here on the main island of Tortola, Mr. Speaker. Everyone, every clinic, including the staff at and the management of the now Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital, and in the Ministry of Health, Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you on behalf of myself as district representative for the 2nd, as well as the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, there's also a special someone that works in the Health Services Authority. and I have the floor now, so I will speak, that goes by the name of Marion Turnbull. Happens to be my mom, and I know that she and her team on the social services side of the hospital give their 110,000% every waking day. I tell my mom all the time, Mr. Speaker, she spends more time at the hospital than she does home. So I call the hospital her home, and I ask her if she's going to work when she's going home. But even at home, Mr. Speaker, she is working. I want to salute my mom and the team there, and everyone, Mr. Speaker, as I said, that plays and played a role in healthcare. Mr. Speaker, healthcare also extends to the dental side. It extends to every area as it relates to dealing with our well-being. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the team again for bringing this legislation. I look at it, so I know, Mr. Speaker, without a shadow of a doubt, based on the amendments that we have and the list of amendments that we have, this document, if I was to heft it, I don't know what people say, if I was to heft it, it's pretty hefty. And I think it's closer to 100 pages of amendments and things that we will discuss, yes, in committee. And I think the minister did a good enough job of going through some of the explanations. Mr. Speaker, I started on the national health insurance, and I know that's one of the areas within the arena of health that is one of the areas that presents and will continue to present some contention, Mr. Speaker, and difficulty, if you want to call it that. And there is a trickling down effect as it relates to the national health insurance. Because, Mr. Speaker, before the NHI came, and I am going from numbers that, if I can recollect, I believe to transfer somebody, whether to as close to Miami, I think at that time we were using between Baptist and Jackson Hospital the most frequently, just to get the okay for someone to leave this territory and be admitted to one of those facilities. There was document that needed to be signed, which most times were signed on the government side in terms of a bond or a commitment at a minimum of $300,000. And then the additional expenses that went along with care, from dialysis and other acute illnesses, Mr. Speaker, the cost to the central government, that central government would have to pay in addition to the monies allocated to the Health Services Authority specifically for health care, continued to balloon into an uncontrollable cost. And Mr. Speaker, when the NHI came or was being discussed, I was not yet in politics, because NHI came in 2016. I graduated and came into school in 2015. But when the thought of the NHI came on, I think it started in around 2013 or 2014. The experts will again have that correction, but I think that's where it was. I was in the private sector working with and for the Minister of Health's brother at that time. But it became something, Mr. Speaker, from that time that caught my interest because it dealt with insurance, which I spent a good amount of years in my professional background and development doing. And Mr. Speaker, I said it when I came into government and the NHI under the last administration was passed. I remember sitting in a caucus meeting and I said to the then leadership that an insurance product and an insurance company is set up for one reason and one main reason only: to make money, make more money, and make more money. So in order for it to work, whatever is needed to fund the program needs to be done so that it could continue to sustain itself. The insurance and the health care part of it, Mr. Speaker, is the main focus. But the fact that it is indeed an insurance product, there are components therein that needed to be adhered to and pay special attention to avoid some of the issues that we have faced then and we are now facing. Mr. Speaker, if I was to give an explanation and a little bit of history, but not history from the standpoint of what the Minister of Health does. History in terms of education, Mr. Speaker, from a universal life policy, which will be the closest comparison to how our insurance policy would work. And the universal life policy, Mr. Speaker, is the best of both worlds in terms of life insurance. It is the best of both worlds of a life insurance because it can go and extend to the duration of your life. And it is the best of a term life insurance policy, Mr. Speaker, because the cost is not as much as a long-term or full life policy. But there is a component, Mr. Speaker. So on average, a 40-year-old male applying for a $100,000 pure life, full life insurance policy with no health conditions, on average a 40-year-old male will pay about $300 or $400 per month for that policy. A term life policy for that same 40-year-old male for 30 years, that individual will pay something like $60 to $80 per month. Because at the end of the term of the policy, Mr. Speaker, at the end of that 20 or 30 years, that policy expires. Unless you renew the policy. And when you renew the policy, you renew it 20 years later. So now you're renewing the policy at age 60, or if you do it at 30 years, it'll be age 70. Then comes the medical complications. A universal life, Mr. Speaker, as I said, is the best of both worlds. It comes right in the middle of that $80 or $300. So you'll probably get a universal life for the same $300,000 for about $120 a month. But there is a significant component in there, Mr. Speaker, because the universal life gives you the ability to build up a cash balance. It's called a supplementary annuity benefit rider. There's an annuity benefit that goes on in the life of the policy, so you have access to cash that you could take out from the policy while still keeping your life insurance. But there's something called the guidelines, or they give you the guaranteed estimates of those policies on a universal life. So while you see the money and you realize that you don't have to pay as much as a full life policy, and you don't have to worry about dying or living out the 20 or 30 years, there's something in there, Mr. Speaker, that says if the policy is not funded with an amount above that $120, within 5 years, the cash benefit will start to decline, and the policy, because it's not funded, will lapse, which means you will have no coverage. Mr. Speaker, when we came up with the NHI, I don't remember the gentleman's name, but I remember meeting with him and speaking with him in the meeting, as well as the public consultations that we had, and the amount of 3.75 that was decided upon. There was a part in that study and that document that stated that we as a territory needed to ensure, and that's why the NHI became mandatory, that we needed to ensure that the population of about $30,000, that the persons that should be contributing to the NHI would be contributing to NHI, because there was not that amount of wiggle room to avoid, if something doesn't happen, then what happens? Mr. Speaker, looking at it now 4.5 years later, the complaints that surround NHI, the complaints that cause this trickling effect, Mr. Speaker, while it is mandatory, the government's responsibility is to ensure that it looks after the well-being, safety, health care, and lives of the people whom elected them. So there are cases where even when someone does not and have not paid their NHI, government still foots the bill in terms of giving them care, or even if they have emergency situations or life-threatening situations that they have to be transferred, there's still that component that government plays in terms of dealing with that cost. But these are the things, Mr. Speaker, that we don't speak about. And we don't speak about them for a number of reasons, but I'm going to speak about it today. Because what we do is we complain that the NHI ain't working. And we complain that the NHI ain't no good. And the NHI costing us a ton load, a trailer load of money. Mr. Speaker, but the NHI, from onset, I said this. The former Minister of Health and my mentor and friend, if he were here, I told him this, that if we don't fund the NHI properly, it will fail. I said that, and I'm saying it again. And Mr. Speaker, the problem that you have now and the complaints that you look, it is becoming, or seemingly becoming, a burden, because what was supposed to be done from the onset was never done. And we are continuing this trend. If persons are not paying, yes, you tell them they can't access, they have to pay out of pocket, etc. As case may be. You know, we can hold our grounds on those minute cases. But when it comes to the emergency cases, and the emergency cases is what costs the money, Mr. Speaker. I just said the Minister of Health is responsible for births and deaths. It is his responsibility through his team to ensure that as many people where there is possible that they don't lose their life. So whatever it takes, Minister. I remember doing this insurance, Mr. Speaker, with AIG and having to sign on to HIPAA. So the Hippocratic oath, Mr. Speaker, that the medical practitioners and people in the medical field sign on to. That's one of the conditions that they must try to do everything that they can, and also while providing the protection and safety and privacy of persons' information. So, Mr. Speaker, I am speaking about this NHI. And I don't have the figures in front of me, but I have asked the questions before, and I will ask them again. Are we in a position, Mr. Speaker, to continue to say that the NHI isn't working and not look directly at ourselves as governments and government to ensure that the NHI is funded and given that fair chance to work? Because I said, Mr. Speaker, I saw a quote, the Minister of Education shared it. I think it was last week we were here. But it was shared, I saw it earlier in the day, and when I saw him post it on Facebook, I smiled. Because the question is asked, Mr. Speaker, what you need health insurance for? A young, a strong like an ox. But what you need life insurance for? Me better dead now, a young and a strong like an ox. But what you need car insurance for? I ain't plan to get in an accident, I go to driver. Why you need a license? Because it's the law. Why you need car insurance? Because you could never get in an accident and have your license all your life. But in the event that it happens, then what? You get life insurance to prevent against the cost or having to do the things that we continue to do. Saying my old woman or my old man there and I had to go in my bank account and take out all the money. That's why the insurance is there. So you're paying into this institution, this investment that is called. So that in the event, because the one thing it is sure is you're gone dead. Just when, but you're gone dead. We gone dead. All of us. And in the event for the medical insurance, it is necessary for when these things occur. And based on why this NHI came about, because you were looking at the slew of illnesses, Mr. Speaker, that were affecting us in this territory. We were looking at the rising amounts of patients that had to be on dialysis. We were looking at the rising amount of cases of obesity, high blood pressure, Mr. Speaker, and all the list of cases that's continued to increase. So the decision was made to put this NHI in place. And when it was done, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Potter and the PS who were there at the time, they were here. I remember having the opportunity to sit in a room with them and listen to, I think there was either a regional or international conference or a meeting where persons from different parts of the Caribbean including the former Prime Minister, I think he was the Prime Minister or Premier of Turks and Caicos, he was a doctor at that time, looking to come to study and see what we were doing, Mr. Speaker, and how we implemented it, Mr. Speaker. But the one fundamental thing that was missing, funding. And that's the same fundamental thing that is missing now, funding. The funding of the NHI is the problem. And when that is the problem, Mr. Speaker, it becomes a problem that trickles down, that spreads its wings and affects a lot of persons. Mr. Speaker, government's responsibility to fund and properly fund the NHI is important. When you have private practitioners and even the public health, Mr. Speaker, who accept I go into the hospital, I have to present my ID and my NHI. Or any medical care facility, I have to present it. They're accepting you based on your presentation of this card, or the evidence of this card that you are insured and you have coverage. So let's just look at this scenario. The amount of persons that have been accessing health care, I'm not going to go back any further, Mrs. Speaker. I'll just deal with this 3 or 4 months as it relates to COVID-19, who have accessed these health care facilities relating to COVID-19 or for any other reasons, Mr. Speaker. They present their NHI card because that's the card, that's the preferred card in this territory. But when I present this card, Mr. Speaker, to Dr. Whitley and Mr. Whitley over there in their practice, I expect at some point to get paid. Because the Minister Whitley from Antigua and Virgin, he saw me. I came into his facility. I received treatment. And he expects to get paid because he's not running a charity, he's running a business. But Mr. Speaker, what you're hearing on the street is, and sometimes 6 months, they haven't received a payment from NHI. This ain't no, I ain't talking about just no. I know the government side over there, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to continue to take the wind out of this sail because they can't help but continue to pivot and say, you were there. I left the last administration. Let's get that straight. I leave for a reason. That's why I'm looking good in blue today. I'm looking good in blue. I'm giving hope. Hope to a hopeless time. I left for a reason. So it ain't gonna stick. It ain't gonna stick with me. That one ain't gonna stick. So you could throw it from now till fall can't get teeth, but he ain't gonna stick with I. I left. But it's not just this administration, Mr. Speaker. It's the last, but this administration now, since being in power for these 15, almost 16 months now, well, it's a new day, so 15 clearing 16 months, has a responsibility to pay into the system so that the system could pay the providers and pay it on time. Because there's a trickle-down effect, Mr. Speaker. Because if Mr. Whitley's practice and Miss Industrial's practice and even Mr. Foy's practice, Mr. Speaker, continues to see these people and continues to have persons working for them and continues to try to take care of their family and taking care of their bills, Mr. Speaker, and they're not being paid. What are we expecting to happen? Because the first thing that if they do is they take a stand that they're no longer accepting NHI. You're going to hear a war cry. And that's the reality that's on the ground, Mr. Speaker. The reality on the ground is that we have a system that could work. It should work. But it has to be funded. And it has to be funded properly, and it has to be funded timely. Because it's going to create and continue to create a trickling down effect that is only going to be to the demise of our people. And when I say our people, I mean from the patients to the business owners, to the families and those affected and those associated with these businesses, Mr. Speaker. What a sense of having $100 million hospital if they can't get paid? What a sense to say, you guys? Mr. Speaker, I used to look at this show on MTV. For those that spend time in the States. Cribs. People show up the big elaborate mansion, them and them alone, not even a dog. For what? To say it's yours? To impress who, Mr. Speaker? So we have a big $100 million facility that continues to be the envy and the talk of persons that come and visit, because we shouldn't have it in their mind. But the systems, Mr. Speaker, that are supposed to be working behind the scenes. Because if NHI is funded properly, Mr. Speaker, NHI, it wouldn't work in the exact form as Social Security, but it would work according to the systematic processes that Social Security would work under. Because if you're funding it, with everybody funding it, when you have to pay out from it, you still have more going in. That's what an insurance company does. That's what it's all about, Mr. Speaker. But if you only have half of a population, or half of the population who is qualified to contribute to it, paying into it, and then when government decides to pay in their part of it, it's 6 months late, it's but as well you ain't paying into at all. Because if I pay 6 months late, I'm only catching up on 6 months outstanding, but we don't go forward another 6 months, Mr. Speaker. And then, one of the questions that I continue to ask, just like Social Security and Minister for the subject, you're not coming back your way. I told you last week I'm coming back. Because I don't understand for the life of me. I keep talking about this revenue that's outstanding, Mr. Speaker. I keep talking about this revenue that we continually leaving on the table. Not the minister, the deputy speaker said he is going to join with me. And I hope you don't mind me saying it publicly, but he said it publicly, that we're going to work to collect the monies that is outstanding and owed to government. Mr. Speaker, I keep reiterating this number. It was $50 million when I first got elected in 2015. Social Security, yes, almost $1 billion. But it could be more. We know it could be more. And I ain't talking about investments, Mr. Speaker. I ain't talking about just the investment. I'm talking about those of us who live in this country, who operate businesses in this country, who have employees in this country, Mr. Speaker, that we deduct Social Security and NHI from their payroll, from their paycheck, and don't pay it in, and not a man ain't going to collect it, but them continue to get contract from the same government. And then we complain about we don't have money, or we have to cut back on this and cut back on that. You cut port salary, you're cutting here, you're cutting there, you're cutting. Pay attention to what's being left on the table, Mr. Speaker. When NHI came in, one of the questions that I asked is, what is the penalty going to be for non-compliance? And the Minister of Health wrap up, he could tell me. I still don't know. For non-compliance of NHI, both employer specifically and employee. We can't continue to develop systems, and we are the ones that enable the breaking down of systems, Mr. Speaker. We continue to break down these systems. We are our own enemies, Mr. Speaker. We. Why is so and so? You give you a break. But then when Jim or John come, if we don't like Jim or John, we squeeze the life out of your throat. We're beating them till we get this money. How is that, Mr. Speaker? Is that how we plan to continue down the road? Or are we going to say it didn't start with me? It didn't start with the last administration. It didn't start with this administration. It started long ago, and we're continuing to do the same things. And are we continue to say, yes, we're building this territory for a brighter future and a brighter tomorrow, and we're building it for the young people, but you're giving the young people more problem that you didn't want to tackle and we didn't want to tackle, Mr. Speaker. We have to find a way. If you're not contributing on behalf of your employees to NHI, stop taking it out of the paycheck. If you're not paying in your Social Security, if you're not paying in your tax, stop taking it out. Mr. Speaker, there are complaints all over. There continue to be complaints all over. People going to Social Security to access if they're pregnant or if they're ill, they can't get nothing because they're told, Mr. Speaker. Then they're not up to date. Well, how are you up to date? I see my pay stub here, come out, my check. NHI, Mr. Speaker, is the same thing. You killing a brand new baby by allowing the habits of other systems and failing systems within departments to carry over. Tax is a problem. Social Security is a problem. NHI, you carry on the same habits, and we just keep laying it on. And that's money on the table, Mr. Speaker. And when I brought back that question, Mr. Speaker, to the Honorable Premier, I think it was in February, I estimated, and I did a calculation recently, I estimated from 2015 to now, that figure would have been about $80+ million. And I've since revisited with some other components, Mr. Speaker. It's close to $100 million, Mr. Speaker, that we're leaving on the table 5 years later. Uncollected government revenue. That's out there. That could be put back into these systems. The Premier announced the stimulus for NHI, Minister. What was that? $7.5 million. He announced it. I don't know if it was paid in yet, but he announced it. But that's $7.5 million. I guarantee it is something, Mr. Speaker. I'm not knocking the Premier, and I'm not knocking them for doing something. But I know for a fact that 7.5 million is a drop in the bucket for what's outstanding. That's probably going to deal with some overdue bills. But you're still going to fall behind, because what is continuing, what is carrying on, Mr. Speaker, is the same bad habits. Is the same inability to stop and cut off some of these people and businesses or penalize them. There are some penalties in there, Mr. Speaker. We need to enforce them because, Mr. Speaker, while amending this legislation and going through the legislation and seeing some of the things that have been outdated for so long, given the era that we are in these times that we are, Mr. Speaker, it is also important to note, and that's why I said to the AG, I suggested, I think it was the last sitting, Mr. Speaker, yes, there are laws on the books and no absence of laws on the books, but when we come to amend a law that's 20 years old, this is one part of it. So, Minister, it's good that you're doing this part of it. But what's being done to fix the major elephant in the room? That's why it happened on, Mr. Speaker. And I know the responsibility was shifted, but that doesn't change my argument, Mr. Speaker, because it still helped. I understand, the portfolio's changed, but it still helped. You can't brag, Mr. Speaker, and I don't think the minister was bragging. I think he was just making the point that he's now bringing to light and making the amendments that should have been done from years ago. And I said it before, this work has started over 5 years plus ago. But, Mr. Speaker, NHI is 4 years old. And it went through, Mr. Speaker, the teething process. The things that should have been corrected in those first 2016, 2017, 2018 should have been corrected, including looking and revisiting the funding. And when I say funding, Mr. Speaker, I know the news is going to take and say, Mitch, want the percentage at NHI to increase. I know that's what they're going to say. That's not what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying the actuarial study that was presented by the good doctor, I cannot remember his name right now. I think it's a gentleman from either Barbados or Trinidad. I'm drawing a blank on his name. But one of the things in there, Mr. Speaker, was to review, based on the contributions, based on the claims and the amounts paid out, review the percentage amounts or the contributory amounts of this national health insurance policy to what is being paid out and see if anything needed to be tweaked. And yeah, Mr. Speaker, yeah, I know that, you don't, them say, that's what I heard them say, you don't want to make these decisions because it's politics and you don't want to get voted out. Mr. Speaker, I have pledged to myself and to the Lord above, for the time that He allows me to be in this house, and the people of the 2nd District and this Virgin Islands give me to be here, I want to make a difference. I want to make a change. And Mr. Speaker, if it means going against the grain, that's what I'm going to do. That's me. But something, Mr. Minister, has to be done. The blame game cannot be the way I'm looking at this thing, Mr. Speaker. Because when the NHI fails, the people fail. You can't go back to doing what you were doing before. You can't. It's absurd to go back to having to take millions of dollars out of your operating budget to deal with healthcare situation and have people sign bonds that some of them don't even pay. But they watch you in your face like nothing. We can't go back to that, Mr. Speaker. So we have to fix or look at ways that we can fix and amend what we have existed, Mr. Speaker. It's that simple. You want to talk about doing something that can hurt, let it hurt so it can heal later. But if we continue on this way, Mr. Speaker, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result is insane. It's just straight crazy. Unless we pay attention to the funding of NHI. Unless we pay up the amounts that is owing, whether tied to Social Security or not, or the body that accepts the payments from the employers, Mr. Speaker. We need to ensure that that transaction is taking place. You
Recognize the Deputy Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I very much value the input thus far from the honorable member for the second, but it will be better suited for when the NHI legislation come up. And I'm trying to make notes so I can answer, but he's leaving all of the notes to be made by my honorable Minister for Natural Resources, who's now charged with NHI, and the Medical Amendment Act, of which I know there are some areas he wants to cover. So before I break for lunch myself, since I didn't have, I would like to stay and see if there's anything that he would like me to address under this specific amendment section of it. But I'm not stopping anyone. Thank you.
Member for the second, continue.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the minister or member rose on a point of omission. I didn't hear that, or point of order. I just heard him rise and start to speak. So I will continue to speak, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is important, Mr. Speaker, that we not lose sight of the simple things that we continue to ignore and brush or kick in the can down the road and hoping, Mr. Speaker, that it gets better. Mr. Speaker, the fact that the minister rose even gives further strength to what I was saying. Because the recent transfer of NHI to the Minister of Natural Resources and Labor doesn't change the fact that it's a problem. It don't change the fact. And it's all a we problem. So a technicality is a technicality. The problem is still a problem, Mr. Speaker. And it's our problem. And it's a medical issue. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the minister wants me to, he's trying to rush me to wrap up so that what he named could be on the radio, but I can take my time, Mr. Speaker, because this house, I was elected to this house like anybody else. All 13 of us, 15 including the Honorable Speaker and Honorable Attorney General. Am I correct, Mr. Speaker? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to harp on that facet, that you can't just fix or amend the legislation and not touch on the problem. And the problem, Mr. Speaker, is a major problem. I've even heard the Minister of Health state that NHI is a failure and NHI is failing. And the minister, being the good business person that he is, and I know him to be, will, if he cared to elaborate on why, Mr. Speaker, the reasons that I've highlighted and will continue to highlight, Mr. Speaker, will be just that. Mr. Speaker, it is all connected, as I was saying. It is all connected, it's all connected, it's all intertwined. It all falls back under the auspices of government. Health, natural resources and labor that deals with the collection of revenue, transportation, if you point at water and sewage, education, if you point at, well, and even fisheries, if you point at those areas that deals with revenue, Mr. Speaker, it's all related. It all falls under that one cuff of government. And unless, Mr. Speaker, we are willing to take that bold approach and address, Mr. Speaker, address these nuances that we continue to brush under the rug, it will continue to balloon. Next 2 years from now, that $50 or $100 million going to be $150 million. We just passed, Mr. Speaker, for the 2020 or 2019 budget, I think it was 2019 budget was $414 million, Mr. Speaker. It sounds like a lot of money. But out of that money, Mr. Speaker, what are the people feeling out of it? Right now, you have a situation where you can't have, or you don't have, Mr. Speaker, the access to certain facilities. You don't have the access to certain freedoms that you would have due to COVID. And when it's all said and done, Mr. Speaker, I heard a good friend of mine say, based on this COVID, 2019, 2020 are almost done. And we would have been able to execute the things and the plans that were budgeted for out of this $414 million. And we will blame a lot of it on COVID. But while you can't do projects, Mr. Speaker, and while you can't do all the things of brick and mortar that we would do, fixing some of the ills that we know exist and we know have existed will be the right approach. Look within, Mr. Speaker. If we look within, it would make it easier and much better, Mr. Speaker, to develop and continue to grow this territory and develop this nation, because passing new bills and talking about the money that you're going to get from them, you're going to still have the same problem. You're going to be able to collect another addition to an existing problem. So, Mr. Speaker, the minister went down and gave his objects and reasons. And clause 5 speaks, where it seeks to amend section 9 of the Principal Act to provide for additional particulars to add the medical and dental register for medical and dental practitioners. Additionally, subsection 1A is added to provide for the different categories of registration. Mr. Speaker, I hope and I know that one of the things that came up with the Medical and Dental Board, I remember having a particular situation, again, for the little time that I served on the board, Mr. Speaker, where there was a licensed business in the territory. But the board was requiring of one of the practitioners of that establishment that they provide their certifications and evidence of their certifications to operate in this territory. And Mr. Speaker, I remember it probably went on for about 4 or 5 months, coming to board meetings, and sometimes it's on the agenda, sometimes it's not on the agenda. And me being me would ask the question, where are we with this situation? At that time, Mr. Speaker, on the Medical and Dental Board, I think I would have been categorized as either the young person or the lay person, which means the mumu on the board. The person that has neither medical or dental experience. And I wasn't one of the legal persons either, so I was the regular Joe on the board. And I remember asking the question, Mr. Speaker, of the esteemed persons on the board, where are we with this situation? If this is what the law requires and this is what the board is calling for, why are we allowing this establishment to continue? Why are we allowing this individual to continue to practice in this territory? And we wrote 1 letter, we wrote 2 letters, we wrote 3 letters, still nothing. Until, Mr. Speaker, I was approached. Like funny. I was approached by the owner of the establishment at the time, asking me why I don't stop provoking. They said they're going to provide a thing, they're going to provide it. I said 6 months after, I said, I need to get shut down. Mr. Speaker, you can't be promoting something and breaking the very rules that are supposed to be governing you. How? And we were just allowing it. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that in these amendments, as we will go through them line by line and clause by clause, and I'm going to ask the question, the PS and the Chief Medical Officer. I hope they drink a lot of water, because I'm going to ask a lot of questions. That while making the amendments, we're giving some strength to some of the boards, that it doesn't have to rely or request solely on the minister. Another issue, Mr. Speaker, that's important, when I was speaking about in the opening parts of my contribution, is the security. The security of information, the privacy of information as it relates to the persons operating in the healthcare field. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that the BVI is a place that focuses on gossip at all. I believe we just like to fellowship around information. But when it comes to, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to persons' health care and their privacy, Mr. Speaker, again, there's no perfect system. But I remember pulling, Mr. Speaker, what is done when information about particular individuals, Mr. Speaker, is disseminated and distributed to the public. Who is held accountable? And how far, Mr. Speaker, will we be willing to go to ensure that it is not tolerated? Because when you sign, Mr. Speaker, on into the health service, you are saying that I am willing and I am giving up and sacrificing, Mr. Speaker, my health and my well-being in certain cases to be able to maintain and look after and take care of others. That's what this field is about. And then the security part of it, the actual security part of it is important. And I know some steps were taken, especially in the hospital arena, but I know over on Just Van Dyke, I haven't visited Anegada in a little while, but I know over on Just Van Dyke, you could just walk in and out. We're still a little relaxed. And in some cases, Mr. Speaker, a little too relaxed. Because people could just walk in and out the clinics, and information is there. I hope, Mr. Speaker, if I focus on Just Van Dyke Clinic specifically, if you walk in the clinic in Just Van Dyke, matter of fact, you don't even got to walk inside. If you stand up outside the louver, you can hear what's going on inside. And Mr. Speaker, while developing the health care and the Nurse Iris O'Neill Clinic on Virgin Gorda, I understand is state of the art. And we have the Orlando Hospital here on Tatola, Mr. Speaker, but Anegada and Just Van Dyke, those facilities, Mr. Speaker, need to be brought up to sketch in terms of being able to facilitate the health care of persons. Yes, Mishak George and my nurse Ellis, I was missing her name earlier, on Just Van Dyke, they're doing a tremendous job, Mr. Speaker, but in emergency situations, there are still cases where the population will continue to grow. Just Van Dyke has just about 300 persons now living on island. There used to be, Mr. Speaker, the contract for emergency vessels to get people, if there was an emergency, to get people from Just Van Dyke to to Tortola. Since I think the last person that had it was Mr. Shinnery, Frankie, and I think one time well, both of them are Shinnery, Sherman had it as well, Mr. Speaker. Those things are important to the sister islands. So, yes, it is important to look at them, but let us not continue, Mr. Speaker, to allow the sister islands to get the remnants of what left over, or be a second thought, Mr. Speaker, so to speak. Because I will push for the sister island of Just Van Dyke, for which I represent. I will push equally for Virgin Gorda and Anegada, because those people, Mr. Speaker, make up the Virgin Islands. And their care and their health and well-being is no less or no different than those of us who live here on the main island of Tortola. So something needs to be done in terms of looking and continue to develop. Because, Mr. Speaker, while there are 300 persons thereabout living on Just Van Dyke, when there is tourist seasons on any given day, Mr. Speaker, that 300 turns into 1,000 on the island of Just Van Dyke. And you're talking about 2 healthcare workers on that island. I ain't even going to Anegada or Virgin Gorda. It's the same thing, Mr. Speaker. So what I was saying to the minister, but he left, I guess he got hungry. What I was saying to the minister, systematically, don't just look at the law and change the law. Let's make sure that we're touching the key factors. And I know, Mr. Speaker, the minister and the member for the 9th District, specifically, who's responsible for Sister Island, like I am, we're going to make our voices heard in the committee stage, because it is high time, Mr. Speaker, that we continue to develop the health care of these islands. Especially, I didn't even touch on the children, Mr. Minister. That's another thing. The children. There's a school there. There's children there. We shouldn't have to wait till now to have a doctor come over. I think the doctor comes over twice or 3 times a week. I think it's twice a week on Just Van Dyke. Yes, there are not always cases where you need a doctor, but it is part and is necessary for an island that makes up this Virgin Island, to have a doctor there. Mr. Speaker, whether you put them on rotation like how the police, they rotate, we could do the same thing. But security needs to be our security of health, Mr. Speaker, needs to be our focus, because it ties in, as I've been saying. It's all interconnected, interwoven. It ties into the tourism product. It ties in, Mr. Speaker, heavily. There have been issues on Just Van Dyke of drownings and people falling off over by the bubbly pool and wells, people going over the hills to do sightseeing and emergency situations. And for any right-thinking person, Mr. Speaker, who is accustomed to these, which would be normal in their circumstances, if I get injured and I call 911 or whatever the number is that I call, an ambulance supposed to come. Not to learn in my state of distress that I have to wait to see which speedboat or ferry captain or person over there going to be willing to take me to Tortola to get treatment. It can't be 20 years ago. That might have been the case, but not 20 years later. It can't be the same thing, Mr. Speaker. So I see where the registrations are now being expanded for the dental field, Mr. Speaker. And that is applaudable. But reflecting again, and I know the PS does her homework, and that team there with Dr. Potter and Mr. George is the CEO of the hospital. But Mr. Speaker, there continues to be this cry for more nurses, more persons in the field, the medical field, more persons that are BVI landlords. And the challenge continues to be, Mr. Speaker, that the packages, and I'm not even going to reference the United States versus what we do here. I'm going to reference, Mr. Speaker, something that continues to exist. What we are willing to pay a local nurse in terms of their package to a nurse that comes in from the Caribbean region. Why? Why, Mr. Speaker, to this day? Why? The nurses and doctors that come in, yes, we need them, but we also need our own too, Mr. Speaker. When persons like the visionary H.L. Stout and the other leaders, Mr. Speaker, what they were trying to do is build a BVI that we are welcoming and accepting to develop with persons that come to live among us, but also to promote, Mr. Speaker, the development and the promotion of our own people. Why is it that to this day, a doctor could come from where he come from, he get housing allowance, this allowance, that allowance, whatever it may be, Dr. Smith or Dr. Joseph or Dr. Whitley, and Dr. Reimer, and Dr. whomever, you know Dr. Tom, yeah, Dr. Tom, what is a doctor? Come back, Mr. Speaker, and then we try to skim and we pinch off a piece here, a piece there. How and why, Mr. Speaker? Why does that still exist? Why are we still willing to do more for others than we are willing to do for ourselves? I'm going to pick on the PS. She gonna cuss me. That's all right. We've been friends since a long time. Go back like 4 flats on a Cadillac. When the PS came home, Mr. Speaker, she was young. She came back with her education, willing to contribute. I don't think she got a chance right away because they probably say she was too young. What she know? How Petrona know? I just see Petrona graduate high school the other day. But look at where she is now, Mr. Speaker. And that's the challenge that I continue to have and I will continue to reiterate and bring up. The only how our young people and our young professionals are going to develop in anything is if we are willing to give them a chance. They don't want a hand up, Mr. Speaker. They want a hand up. They're professionals, nurses and doctors who are thriving, Mr. Speaker, and learning and developing their craft and their field and continuing to practice. Even in the United States Virgin Islands, they were willing to stop St. Thomas and St. Croix because they get more money down there than we're willing to pay them here. Systematic problems, Mr. Speaker. So while we are fixing, Mr. Speaker, I pray and I hope that we fix and look at those particular nuances. Mr. Speaker, I again will start where I will end where I started in applauding the team, Mr. Speaker, of the Health Services Authority, and that's, I believe that's all inclusive of every person that works in the medical and dental and healthcare field. I know steps have been made and will continue to be made to develop this field, Mr. Speaker. I know that we have done and made some steps in the right direction. I remember the programs and the systems that were being put in place to be able to communicate not just between the facilities in the territory, Mr. Speaker, but even extended to network partners. And I know those investments at that time were, I think one was about $1.7 million, and the overall program was about $2.4, $2.9 million. I am in the memory of my mind from 2012, Mr. Speaker. But I know, and when I asked the question, a lot of those systems have now been put in place. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want for a second for anyone to think that I am not in support of any development, any further advancement, including, Mr. Speaker, the amendments to this bill that helps to strengthen that field. I want to applaud their efforts. I also want to encourage them not to be afraid, because 2012 was 8 years ago when we moved those fees from $25 to $500. So I think we could get a little another $250, but again, I know that one going to catch Mitch one fees raised, but I think, Mr. Speaker, as the level of service continues to increase across the healthcare sector in this territory, the level of development and product offerings that we are continuing to include, Mr. Speaker, both on the private as well as the public side of healthcare service in this territory. Mr. Speaker, I believe we should be appreciative that even though sometimes we don't want to take advantage of it, Mr. Speaker, there's those who are willing to leave their homeland to come here to receive care, Mr. Speaker. And in order to continue this field, in order to continue its development, the amendments to this law is necessary, Mr. Speaker, but also further investments in the systems and development of our people, especially, Mr. Speaker, is equally important to continue to allow this healthcare sector to thrive and be, if I could remember when the board came in, to be at the cutting edge of excellence of healthcare worldwide, not just on the territory of the Virgin Islands, but be on the cutting edge of worldwide. And Mr. Speaker, having listened to where we came from, I have a very good friend who served as a nurse assistant at the Den Peebles Hospital for some 18 years. She would always remind me, Miss Audrina Lloyd. She can cuss me for calling her name, but that's my lady. She told me, Mr. Speaker, about walking from Harrigan down to town to walk. And when she done, turn around and walk back up Harrigan. And when it didn't have this and it didn't have that, and listening to other persons from my community, Mr. Speaker, of the 2nd District, talking about lifting up pregnant women and carrying them to tongue so that they could have a baby, and not having the ability, even coming forward, to have dialysis. I remember patients used to have to go to St. Thomas to get dialysis, to get the x-rays and different things. Mr. Speaker, we have come a long way from then. The Dr. Penns, the Dr. Vanterpools, and the different eye care specialists, Dr. O'Neill's, and even my brother-in-law who is in the field, Dr. Turnbull. Mr. Speaker, there are those, Dr. Irad Potter, who is one of the staple names, Mr. Speaker, in this community, who I think if we were to ever pay him for his contribution to health care in this territory, I think that alone will bankrupt us. Don't ask for the money, Dr. Potter, don't ask for it. But I want to extend my gratitude to even the janitors, the people that clean, the security workers that work in this field, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank them for the tremendous job and effort that they continue to put in, even though sometimes they are asked to produce and work in uncertain circumstances and uncertain situations. But God gave them a gift to work in that field, Mr. Speaker. And I want to be on record as thanking them for their contribution. And I will play my role, Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times before, as a private citizen and now as a public servant leader, to ensure that I make my contributions to continue to develop health care for not only those of us who are here, but for generations that will come after us, to know that after that we've done all that we could done, that my life's motto, Mr. Speaker, if I can help somebody along life's way, that my living, Mr. Speaker, will not be in vain. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand committed to working with the minister. I stand committed to challenging the minister whose responsibility it was and whose responsibility it now is with the issues raised on the NHI, as well as the overall development for health care and development of the sister islands, Mr. Speaker. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me that brief time to make my contributions. There's just about a little bit time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 2nd District for his contribution. Honorable members, let me just say that it's never my practice to shut down debates, even sometimes when members are outside the confines. But I'll just bring to your attention Standing Order 38.1, where it speaks specifically to confining your debate to the subject under discussion. So that is just putting out there generally. It's not my practice to ever shut down debate, and that will continue to be my practice, but I'm relying on members to ensure that you keep within the confines. Upon what reason does the member for the 2nd wish to speak?
Since I was the only one to debate thus far, it seems that statement there was directed at me. And Mr. Speaker, as I stated in the opening, and I stated in the middle, and I stated in the end, the contents of my contributions were all connected. And if we continue, Mr. Speaker, to try to segment things, we will continue to have segmented problems that will remain all of our problems. So I am very careful, and I respect the standing orders, Mr. Speaker. but at no time did I go off course. I said all things that I was saying are related, and I stand by it.
Member for the second, as I said, I was given a general statement, and that it's never my practice to shut down debate. My practice is to encourage debate. So if you feel that that was targeted at you, my humble apologies, but it was not. It's a general statement. At this time, I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, and member for the 9th District, the Honorable Vincent O. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words on this very important bill here today, Medical Amendment Act 2019. Mr. Speaker, I want to put it in context because I'm very happy to support this bill, and I must commend the minister and his entire team for the incredible work that they did to get this bill to the House today. Like most pieces of legislation that we've done so far, they have been around for quite a while, and to get them to this stage now is quite commendable. Mr. Speaker, the issue of health care has been around for a very, very long time, and it has caused historically great commotion in these islands as well as elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, this year we are about to celebrate 70 years of the restoration of the Legislative Council. And Mr. Speaker, you would recall that that day was brought about by a medical situation when Mr. Theodore Faulkner of Enegada brought his sick wife to Tortola, because at that time the doctors didn't go to Enegada very frequently. I was told sometimes once a month, sometimes once every 3 months he would see a doctor in Enegada. And his wife being very ill, he brought her over to Tortola, and that there started a whole conversation that led into the Great March of 1949, led to the restoration of the council in 1950. So we see where health can lead to great change. So today, some 70 years later, we are here again talking about medical services in the BVI. So I'm really happy to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, while we speak a lot about Mr. Theodore Faulkner and his sick wife, if you go into the Rotown Cemetery, Mr. Speaker, as you enter the main gate, right on your right-hand side, you will see there's one grave in that cemetery that looks very different to any other grave. The reason being, Mr. Speaker, Enegada graves are designed uniquely, and there's one Enegadian buried in that Rotown Cemetery. It was the mother of Mr. Theodore Faulkner. Again, she couldn't get her back to Enegada to bury her, so she ended up being buried in the Rotown Cemetery. You can go and look at it. It looks like a little pyramid-shaped grave. As you enter the cemetery, it's there on your right. Mr. Speaker, I won't be as long as a former speaker, because unlike the other side, they have a lot of time to talk, Mr. Speaker. This government on this side is a government of action. And we came to this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, to get things done, not just to talk about them and talk about historical problems and who met it and who leave it and who should fix it. Mr. Speaker, we don't have time for that. We are here to fix these problems. Mr. Speaker, the month of June last month was a historic month. We saw legislation after legislation being brought to this honorable House. We have 4 pieces just today, Mr. Speaker. We are here to get things done. Mr. Speaker, the member spoke a lot about NHI, which happens to fall under my responsibility right now. And I could assure the honorable member that problem will be addressed and resolved. He will not have a chance to come back here in the House much longer and complain about what's underfunded and what was meant to work and what wasn't meant to work and who's to blame and what was underfunded and all those things. Mr. Speaker, there are problems, long-standing problems. I'm aware of the NHI problem, and we are working towards some sustainable solutions to NHI. Sustainable. It will not be a topic we kicked around as a political football as to who met it and who started it and for what reason it exists. Mr. Speaker, today we celebrate 40 years of social security in these British Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, When when Social Security was first thought up, the late great H. Lefty Stout, he didn't even have the support of his own government because people thought it was a silly idea, the place was too small, it wasn't sustainable. It was Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill who rallied the opposition, and he seconded that bill. And today, 40 years later, we can come in this house and celebrate a government success. 40 years of Social Security. And after 40 years, something that no one thought could work, they were able to give this current government $40 million, Mr. Speaker, a $40 million grant from something that people thought could not work. Mr. Speaker, I want to be able to come back here and say the very same thing about NHI. When Social Security was started, Mr. Speaker, some 40 years ago, the seed money was $50,000. $50,000. 40 years ago. 40 years later, that $50,000, Mr. Speaker, could give us $40 million grant. When things start right, they end right. Mr. Speaker, we didn't start NHI, but we're going to fix it. We're going to attack it, and we're going to fix it so it can be our next success story. Mr. Speaker, around the entire region, Social Security is regarded as one of the best in the region. A lot of the guidelines used globally were developed here in this little nation. We can do the same thing, Mr. Speaker, for NHI. We're not going to run from it, Mr. Speaker. We are going to tackle NHI head on. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to amend laws from time to time because circumstances change and things change. Now, as far as the sellers are concerned, it's not addressed here directly, but in the committee, we'll get to that. Mr. Speaker, after 40 years, 70 years, I can't say I'm pleased with the level of service, like the member said, on the sister islands. I think, for example, in Anegada right now, we saw Theodore Faulkner had to leave to come to Tortola for basic stuff. Now we have a proper clinic over there. We must thank person like Nurse Romelia for really keeping things going during what I would call those very dark days. The clinic is now named after her. We have Nurse Grant, who's working there now, and Nurse Smith, Sherry Ann Smith, who are doing a fantastic job under less than perfect circumstances. Mr. Speaker, the doctors still only visit once a week. So I understand the member of Seneca is no different on Just Van Dyke. We're a medical doctor. You can make all the case you want. Well, it's not really necessary to have a doctor there because the population, this, the doctor wants to be over there. Mr. Speaker, we talk about people's lives and people's health. Nothing is more important to a person than his health. Because without your health, nothing else really matters. So, Mr. Speaker, these amendments here is a move towards improving those circumstances. I see, Mr. Speaker, that they're moving towards dialysis in Virgin Gorda, and I welcome that. It's about time. There was a time when we had to go to St. Thomas for dialysis. We can now do it on Tortola. But as the population grows and we get more sophisticated, and as we try to attract even more sophisticated visitors to our shores, we have to offer these services. Of course, our people come first. But persons who are traveling also want to make sure that they're going to travel to a jurisdiction with high medical standards. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what we are trying to do here with this bill, to bring the standard of our medical services up to international standards. Accreditation for hospital, we worked on that. It will come. To the matter of when, not if, but when, Mr. Speaker, it is going to happen. We have to move the BVI from one step to the other. The founding fathers, the old chief ministers, administrations, they did their part. We are now here at this juncture in time, Mr. Speaker, to do our part. We are sent here to do a job, not to talk about it. I think enough talk on some of these issues, Mr. Speaker. So I just want a member to know that we are aware of the issues with NHI and why they exist, and some ideas as to how we will fix them. So we'll come into the House later on with some ideas about how we're going to tackle some of those issues. Mr. Speaker, we have to make sure medical care throughout the entire BVI, the standard lifts, not just for one island, but for all the islands. And that, Mr. Speaker, is our goal. So, Mr. Speaker, with just those few words there, again, I want to assure the member that we will tackle these problems. It is our ambition, our goal, and we will achieve it, to raise the standard of the medical care for the entire British Virgin Islands. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 9th District for his contribution. The floor is still open for debate. My final call, the floor is still open for debate. Hearing none, we'll take a 2-minute recess. This House is now in recess. Please be seated. This Honorable House now resumes its sitting. Before I left for a recess, there was no one else willing to speak. So unless that has changed, I recognize the Premier and Minister of Finance, member for the 1st District, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to get up and be able to speak to this honorable House. I always thank those who send me here, the people of the 1st District. And I thank all the people in all districts because the government is representing everyone. And especially during these tough times, Mr. Speaker, where all governments all over the world are facing challenges. And Mr. Speaker, to come to pass certain pieces of legislation to help life in different professions to be better is always a good initiative to be involved in. Mr. Speaker, one of the areas when we do this that we have to do is thank all our medical personnel, both in the private and the public sector, for all that they do, especially in this COVID-19 era, because it is trying times, Mr. Speaker, with the health professional. And this bill seeks to update the 2000 Act that was passed in 2000, and it seeks to also update how the registration of the practitioners will be done. And Mr. Speaker, it's always good, as the Minister of Natural Resources and Labor said, to come and be able to update these legislations from time to time, because one of the things that is clear is that our government has stated that we're going to make changes in this country through legislative procedures, through legislative agenda, through legislation. And we want to make sure that we open up the territory by looking at legislations, whether through amendments or new legislation. And one of the things, Mr. Speaker, we have to open it up for is because we have grown to have an economy that's controlled by the elected officials on who will make it in the Virgin Islands and who will not, even in the medical field. And Mr. Speaker, we have some in different fields who want to decide that only they should make it and nobody else unless they give the go-ahead of who should make it in that field or not. Those are the reasons that we came into this honorable House, Mr. Speaker. And that's the reason, too, Mr. Speaker, as we come to update these legislation to allow for more persons to be involved in the medical field and make sure that they're registered, that we realize that this government takes a lot of licks in the media from certain quarters that want the status quo in the medical status quo, in the financial status quo all around to remain. But it shall not remain. So, Mr. Speaker, we know because of that there are those who gather together by night like Nicodemus, and they're putting together all kind of false Facebook pages and all kind of false things to see if they could discredit this government, discredit me as Premier. But I want them to know that no weapon formed against me and this government shall prosper. And they're trying to get us sidetracked. They go by night meeting with agencies, telling them don't help us, don't get the money to help the people. But we know the Nicodemuses. We know them. And just like how this medical act is going to be updated to register some of them, we will be registering some of them soon and come to the public and give them the name. The good thing is that Nicodemus was able to be allowed redemption. And we hope that they find a way to that soon enough. Mr. Speaker, it's germane because we are talking about registration. And anybody that tries to stop the progress of the people, just like this medical act is registering those who will come in the medical profession, that is how we have to register them. Mr. Speaker, I've lived a political life where they have tried to tear me down for many things that I never had. And what's amazing, I spent most of my years in the opposition, they're always telling you watch for it. Yet the treasury was dry. Yet people wasn't getting any work. Yet some came and served and
left here much better off than they came. And even up to now, they're telling you watch for it. In a time when we come to this house to pass legislation to make life better, not to make life bitter. And the truth be told, we don't have the abundance of money like some believe in, because some persons in the communities telling them, oh, the government needs to do this, they need to do that, they're not doing this, they're not doing that. COVID-19 happened. And what we are trying our best to do is to do a lot with a little bit. The government was shut down for about nearly 2 months, and we're going to bring figures here and SAPs here to make adjustments. We have to. But while we're doing that, we have to keep the country running and look for the brighter day so that by the time COVID-19 is finished, we're ahead. So we understand, Mr. Speaker, that nothing good comes easy, and anything easy that comes usually is not good. And the minister knows that while we are registering these practitioners in the medical, with the Medical Act update, that I'm a proponent for natural medicine. It's something that doesn't hit home with the traditional medical field. But it's just like the cannabis. It's just like many other areas. And while I'm there, Mr. Speaker, I ask you, Cravion, don't just have to stick a pin in there, because you see, misinformation is so crucial. I actually listened to, well, not listen, I was told that this Sunday a few pastors preached on me saying that we had the churches meeting for an hour. That was never true. And I had to hear people tell me sermons were preached on me. Thank God that God above is a true and fair and living judge to know that that was not true. Nobody in this government limited the churches from meeting. Nobody. And I had to sit on their ears by and listen to people tell me pastors preach on me, and then I had to play them over in preaching on me and trying to preach a condemnation message on my life and trying to work out my soul salvation for them. Could you ever imagine that? We will never stop the churches from doing what they have to do, because through them praying is why we don't have more people sick with the COVID-19. So I just needed to put that in there, because while we here registering, we will register a few things, Mr. Speaker. But you see, when you're a premier and you're representing the district and so many things, you don't get on the street as much as you would like to, because there's a lot of things you have to keep your eye on, but you still don't get there. But I'm not going to allow persons to take my meekness for weakness. And while the Lord said, touch not his anointing, I'm not going to let people use their pulpit to put me in hell. I'm not going there and put this government in hell. In Jesus' name, I rebuke it. But I forgive them, because God said, have a forgiven heart. But in this place, when you don't answer things, they become reality. This government will never limit the church. This government have no intention in going and making all those other areas of prostitution legal, same-sex. Those are not on our agenda. If you want to know what's on our agenda, check the legislative agenda. We said it. We said it in the manifesto. We said it in the legislative agenda, and we're doing what we say. We ain't doing nothing else, no derivative. I said that's why I don't go out much as premier. I sit home, because when you get attached to too much people, you can't get this place changed for the future. From the 4th of May, I'm glad to see while we register in that bank, that National Bank has allowed now for 0%, 100% financing. I wrote from the 4th of May, I wrote to the banks, and another business, I'll get to that, and I wrote them again, speaking about these things. So I'm glad that National Bank responded. I'm glad that First Caribbean Bank also allowed government under the ports to freeze the loan for a year, because I told the people this could happen. So I don't want the credit, and I'm not saying that I should take credit, but I know one thing, that I've been fighting them behind the scenes, discussing with them behind the scenes on how to help our people through COVID-19. But I have my letters to show, and the dates when they were written, and the phone calls, and the meetings, because I know our people have to get help other than government through our financial institutions. So I thank them for stepping up to the plate. But at the end of the day, this government has been fighting behind the scenes. And the reason I'm going into natural medicine, Mr. Speaker, is that We have to start to be pioneers. I spoke at one time about when Mr. Noel Lloyd and others started to talk about canning tomato and canning coconut. I wasn't born then, but when I born, I heard it. They said everybody was laughing at them. That was nonsense. Who gonna bottle coconut to send it abroad? Now we buying coconut from abroad in a bottle. And then when Noel Lloyd had to fight all those from the abroad and even from the UK who he thought was not doing the will of the people, the first thing they do is try to paint him as a crazy man, and they put him in jail. And I am convinced that some of those injections help to do what they want to do, because that's usually what people do when they don't want people to rise up to get the rights of the people, the free people. They try to paint you as a bad person in general and paint you as a troublemaker and try to get rid of you. But what they don't understand is that when purpose is to come to the earth, you could get rid of the person, but not the purpose, because it's going to be fulfilled. And because of a man who was talking about canning tomato and bottling coconut and all those natural things that he was talking about, laughed at, scorned, ignored. Now today we can't get enough coconuts. When we can't find a truck with the coconuts that we stop now all about, because now we know all the value of coconut and all the value of the jelly and all those things. And the pharmaceutical industry went and monopolized. People talk a lot of things of what they were trained. So they get to hate people based on how they were trained. But if people get the facts of a lot of things, they'll realize that a lot of their anger towards certain entities and persons has been misdirected. Because if we had understood fully what our old people were telling us about these natural medicines, a lot of us would be living longer and healthier. And I would be one of those in position who would be fighting for natural medicine. Yes, I believe in it. I also believe in the regular Western medicine. Yes, I'm involved in natural medicine because I believe in it with all my heart, and I've been in it for years. Don't have nothing to hide. But I believe in it because it has a place to bring a balance to the regular medicine that we know. In some countries, when you go to the hospital, they give you a choice. If it's not an emergency, if you want to be treated by, they call it Western medicine, or if you want to be treated by Eastern medicine. Of course, the bush part is going to take a little longer, but they know the values of it. Because when you analyze it, there's nothing on the earth that the Lord has made, he said, to call bad. It's just how people use it. If you use it and mix it with the wrong thing and do certain things, then it becomes bad. And a lot of all things that we have phobia with certain things has because how they have trained us to view things, and not only so, how they train us to read the very Bible, that we misunderstand certain areas. And we misunderstand certain aspects of it. So while we're doing this, we have to involve the natural medicine. I always come to this house and I get a story of Noah. And I tell persons, if you study the story of Noah, Noah was a drunkard. So the question I have for the territory, and I keep asking, why did the Lord choose Noah to do an act in our Christian religion and culture? It had to have pastors then. It had to have praise warriors then. It had to have prayer warriors then. It had to have church choirs then. It had to have most saved then. It had to have prophets then. Why use him to do his work? Because when you read the Bible and you go deep into it, it said because he was the one whose heart was pure. And he used Moses because his heart was pure. I could imagine when Moses, was moving. Moses, another one. When Noah was moving, and I'm going to show you how this comes to the medical act. Noah was moving, billion is 120 years. I was telling the Minister of Natural Resources that Moses had more problem than anybody else because of how he was marked. He told me, no, Noah had more problem because he was around 120 years taking it before the rain had come. And I had to pull back and tell him, you're correct. But could you imagine a drunkard doing something and say the Lord sent him out? Let's fast forward to today's world. Let's go into Noah Lloyd. He was there talking about canning tomato and talking about making sculpture and doing different things. And because he was branded by those who are over us, who we think are always more supreme than us, he was branded as a crazy man. I want to show you how people have to watch their minds and watch who's in the boardroom of their mind if they want the BVI's economy to blossom and to move forward. And be careful who is speaking to you all the time to get in your mind. Because people know that once they control your mind, they control your thoughts, actions, and they control the economy and they'll control you. So could you imagine that Noah kept building and building and building, and Noah Lloyd kept moving and moving and moving and led the march, and most of the times when you're building things, a struggle comes and you never get through without a struggle. And today we have Wickham-Ski back because of that. But Noah Lloyd paid a price for his life. And I have my own philosophy of how that went down. And that's why those persons' blood has to be paid for. And they'll never get away from it. But then Noah keep going, and when Noah keep going, and the time comes to go into act, I want you to picture these things, why we have to open our minds even in this medical act as we go, and we can't leave out natural medicine because our minds can't be programmed anymore. We have to open our minds. We're in a new era. We're in an era of prosperity, but where there's no vision, the people perish. But where there's a vision and the people don't move, you still perish. And Noah was able to go, and when the rains come, he started going. Could you imagine, Mr. Speaker, over those times when Noah was there building, that the same church people was passing by saying, this drunkard, what are you doing? God walking in him? Impossible. He said he believed in God. He's a drunkard. Not sure when they pass. Not sure they preach a couple sermons on him too. And tell the people, don't get on that ark at all. It's not of God. And if you get on it, you're going to hell. And just like how they were telling them, don't follow Noah Lloyd, because they don't tell us that he's not sin. So don't can any tomatoes. Who cans tomatoes to send them abroad? Picture the BBI back then, because they were looking at it back then. It wasn't the boats coming, the badges and whatever. Who sends anything abroad? Who sends bottles tomato, coconut nowadays? Just take the coconut off and drink it. Don't mind that man. He's talking foolishness. And we miss a whole economy that could have been here right now, where we exporting more than importing, so that in the middle of COVID-19, we would have been known as an exporting territory, rather than just importing. So today when we come now to register the doctors, we have to open our minds and register as practitioners. And I know that you'll never get through to some of our medical people on this, so I'm not worried about that. I leave them to whenever they catch themselves. But it's amazing when you take sick that whatever medication you could find to help you get well, you look for it. If they tell you take 3 tomatoes, 2 orange, and 2 onions, you're going to take it right away. But there's so much medicinal value in our raw agriculture. People think that we're going to do agriculture just for you to eat. No, the Minister of Agriculture know that we're going to help with this, to be labs for some of these natural medicine so that we could register our people. Let me tell you something, and I'm saying this from Andrew Foy because some of the medical people can blog. If your blood ain't flowing properly and you continue to eat the right thing and don't eat those things like cheese or whatever, etc., and you could blend onions and eat the onion and drink that onion juice and keep it going steady, it helps your blood to flow. But You have to be careful. The guy have certain things you have to in the stomach because of the heat that goes on there. But they'll tell you that's foolishness. When you have certain coconut oil that you could rub, you could use it and help you for the same arthritis. But they'll tell you that's foolishness in terms of those who are traditionally into the medicine. Even tomato blend with the water, and you drink the tomato juice and drink it often, that will help you with your blood flow. But they'll tell you that is stupidness because it hasn't been proven. Whenever you take a tablet, even if it's a tablet to heal you, the reason that the other side effects there in small writing is because there's so much you don't get burn out reading them. So it cure one and mash up many others. I'm saying this because as we register the practitioners, we cannot allow the old mentality of not allowing us a balance between the natural medicine and the traditional medicine to come into our medical scheme. Now I'm telling you, some of the traditional medical people hearing me now, they're going to be groaning and moaning and bigger than a sow hog. Where the premier going with this? But I don't walk off of worrying about who with what I'm saying. I've proven some of these things. I used to hear the old people tell us that if you have poor blood circulation and you sit down in some warm water with Epsom salts, it does help you with your blood flow. But in the Eastern medicine, you have yin and yang. From your navel up is warm, and from your navel down is cold. I study these things. That's why people die from foot up. And when they die from their feet up, it's because the circulation goes from down there first. That's why most people take sick more at night than they take at day because of how the temperature rises in the night. And then they wake up in the day, they say they feel better. Traditional medicine will never tell you how come. That's why we have to find how to register these persons in a legitimate manner. Because now when you take that hot bath and from your navel down sit in a hot bath in your bodysuit, and you could stay, and you stay there for at least 20 minutes, and as hot as you could sit down, you start to sweat from inside. When you run a race, you sweat from outside. When you sit down there in those baths, you sweat from inside. And before you know it, your body works like a fan. The hot air is up here, and then it goes down, and because your circulation is good, it just keeps going, and you feel balanced. But you get those headaches, and they stay up here for the most part because it's not circulating. So you need to push up the cold air through the hot bath to the head so it could bring down the cold and the oscillation could start. So Speaker, I could stand all here, they're here. I don't know all, but I know quite a bit. Studying in China, studying all over with natural medicine. I've seen things. I've seen persons through natural medicine that were mentally ill, and because of what they used, they were able to catch back themselves. And I'm not going to come in a position of authority and be bullied by any medical person not to bring the balance. Because when the Lord allows you to see things to help your people abroad or anywhere else, and you don't bring it, the Lord charges you. So persons could help their circulation just by sitting down in hot water and making sure that it's often once it don't pass your navel. And what the hot water does, pushes that cold air down in your foot up and takes the knot in your head that was giving you the headache down. And you keep doing that for a couple of nights. Of course, you got to be eating the right things. It's going to help you with your circulation. It'll help you very easily. Mr. Speaker, I know what I'm telling you. I saw that my life gets saved through the old people that giving me bush medicine. And when my mother didn't have nowhere else to turn to, she went to Mr. Mento Dawson, who used to mix up the bush medicine. I know what I'm telling you. I was a man with a weak kidney and bladder. I was ashamed. I could talk and now I older, wet in my bed. Time to come to go college. No medicine helped me. My mother went out and bought some pads, say, going to college anyhow. And set me on the boat with a whole pack of pads. I said, oh, Jesus, look, embarrassment. And I went down, you see where I with them pads. And Mr. Mentor heard about it. He said, come, son. And he explained, but them times I wasn't listening well. And he did it there, and he said, drink this. Your bladder and your kidney weak. You got to get it strengthened. Can I tell you that in Western medicine, when your kidney go, the only thing that they do for you is put you on the dialysis? But if you study the Eastern medicine, there's medicine to save your kidney. I tell you why here, I tell you why no. And we're going to explore those here, and any medical person who don't want to explore those to help the people, tell them you could do one of things. Either next election, go put five to sit down, or retire. Because we're coming through with it. I don't have to make a dime from it, but I know what I know. Because the kidneys one of the hardest things to solve. Kidney problems are one of the hardest things to solve. But they can be if they catch it early. And even if it's late, depending on what it is, they could catch it. I know about medicine, natural medicine, very expensive in certain parts of the world, that could help cure if you have cancer, no matter what the stage is. If it's very, very late, then it's hard, of course, because nobody in God. But it's expensive, because even the natural medicine is expensive, because certain herbs. The Lord said that whatever you need, I have it on the earth. There's a reason he said it. And if you read the Bible, which I don't want to go too deep with this one, and you find the trees that were in the Bible and study what they were for, you can study the medicinal values of them and be able to cure people. In the Adventist, the one person that get it as close could be is Miss Ellen G. White. I read her books. And most of those things were godly, divine, that they were given to her, but they work. But when you study the natural medicine, you realize that she was before her time when it comes to natural medicine and the eating of certain things. For example, in our Western world, let's say, eat less, work out a lot, eat the right foods, and you lose weight. In the Eastern medicine, they tell you, eat the right foods, eat plenty in the morning, a little bit midday, light at night, but eat the right foods and eat a lot of it, and you could lose weight. How could you eat a lot and lose weight? Well, if you eat the right things. But there's something that people don't understand too. I'm not going to share. I'm going to get a lot of licks for this, but it won't be nothing new. They'll just do a new cartoon or a new post on Facebook or something else they'll release, because they have a group of people hired to do that. So I have to make up my mind 4 years I'm going to be seeing that. So let them go ahead. But, Mr. Speaker, when you are already overweight, and your heart already working 2-3 times, and you send the person to go work out, you ain't send the killer, and then tell them to eat the right thing. You got to get them eating the right things and stick on it. And that for me too, not at all. As a matter of fact, the Minister in Health and me have a challenge coming up there later on in July for weight loss. I give him a jump start. And I noticed whenever I try and get him the money, he out playing tennis and they're telling me he's doing good. But when we start, I'm going to show him what natural medicine I'm doing just naturally. And he has a wager because there's an NGO that I want the money go towards. And we'll come to that. He could play tennis till he drop down, which I hope he doesn't. Because when you don't work out, the only thing they're going to do when you don't do that is go straight by the fridge when you reach home, eat it right back off. Because that's the mindset they give us, go work out, and then when you don't work out, you reach home and eat it off. Eating the right thing, and eating a lot of it in the right time could help you tremendously. Now, why they tell you don't eat at night, especially in the Eastern medicine, all people used to say, eat light at night. Because the nighttime is when those sanitation engineers would come out on the land. Who's a sanitation engineer? The garbage truck people. They come for the garbage at night. Your body come for the junk at night. If you fill it up, then you're overloading your body when it shouldn't have the junk. Because nobody's supposed to, it's supposed to come and don't see anything and just leave. So all of us, when we eat late at night, committing a sin, not just a sin in terms of a sin in the Bible, but it works counterproductive to the body. Mr. Speaker, you got certain things you blend, that you could blend and keep your skin there. I don't use lotion at all, never did. From the time I started to blend. I had late 40s, going to see if I make it. I still here going, fall back on some of the natural medicine, but going back into it hard. But I am a living testimony, and others that in this territory that the doctors had give up on, and you carry them, and they catch themselves. But like all people know, when I there working on this thing and trying to work on natural medicine, the first thing about it is over. I said, well, Jesus, Lord, have mercy. Because that's how those who teach us to read the Bible got us thinking that anything outside the norm of what they know, they follow that. That's why even some of the Adventists, they make them go hide when they talk about Ellen G. White because they want to make fun. But you ain't have to be an Adventist to read her book to understand what she's saying. The book didn't say, you must be an Adventist to read my book. Take it up and read it. Read the health parts. There's some areas that we would have disagreements on, but 95% of it on target. When it comes to the health, they have something going and we have to follow it. And one of the things that I admire with the Adventist church with that is that they teach it to their people. We are in the middle of COVID-19, and everybody throw their hands up, and all your hand is, go fix this gut, go fix hair. We can't meet, we can't this. Whenever you have a problem, the first thing you need to do is stop looking at all what you can't do and what's happening and say, God, I thank you that I'm still living. What I could do here, let me educate my people about eating. Let me help them during this time with this. Because once you educate a man and you open his mind, you open his life. And as we come to this Medical Amendment Act, 2019 we're registering, I'm asking, not only this act, but all the medical acts, to please, I'm asking our medical people, do not be a stumbling block. Open your minds and let's see. There are colleges and universities now teaching this. Imagine there are colleges and universities teaching about the natural medicine that our foreparents or grandmothers or mothers and all of them were telling us about all the time. Look at COVID-19. COVID-19 now come with things that we have to legislate and bring fines for that all old people are telling us from the time we were little boys and girls. When you come in the house, take off your shoes because you're walking with germs. Now we need COVID-19 to tell us that. Before you eat, wash your hand. Now we need COVID-19 to tell us that. When you shake somebody's hand, wash your hand right away because you don't know where the hand was. Excuse me, we don't go deep into that, but we know. But now we need COVID-19 to tell us that. All the things that they were trying to tell us from backyard, we ignored. And some of the diseases that are coming out now, some of the measures to try to protect us from them at those very areas. Well, it's the same with the medicine. It's the same with the medicine. All people used to eat a lot of fish, especially Western Bonito. Then you find that the fish oil now in a tablet. So people stop eating some of the fish, although some religions don't eat fish. But everything has its medicinal value, but it depends on what you do with it. If you know what to do with it, and if you know how to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, I could go into many medicinal areas that some who are have deemed themselves so academia will say that they are foolishness. But if we stop trying to play God in this country and around the world nowadays, stop trying to play God. Stop trying to pretend like you know everything. I don't know everything. I'll never profess to be. My ministers and backbenchers, I take a lot of advice from them. Although I see some saying that Far has them as a puppet and is a dictatorship. Please, if you're going to do a cartoon, do it correct. I'm not in a dictatorship. We're in an accelerated ship. We're moving fast to get the things that the people done. So get it correct. But it's funny how aside though. I like the catchy humor. So I'm asking that when we register the people, the medical people, that we take this in consideration. And Minister, there are some other bills. As I stand here, I could feel the temperature of some of the medical people them going up. But don't worry. They'll take some sleep and get it done. You know, there's so many things with the natural medicine and those who listen, and some of them writing them down, and I thank you. Because I told people before, garlic in its natural form in the Western world, we say garlic is good. Yes, it is. But garlic that is boiled like in a rice cooker for 3 or more days, a lot of it, and then put out to dry over a net where the flies and things can't get it, it turns into a black jelly. And this is Eastern medicine I'm talking about now. And once you eat that for the early stage of cancer, again, Western medicine don't jump up, so you're talking foolishness to the people. Well, hold on, and you eat that consistently for a good 6-month period, you could turn back your cells into good cells at the early stage of first stage of cancer. I'm not telling you nothing that I heard, you know, Mr. Speaker. I'm telling you about things that I know. I tell you about things that I see and some of the things that I experience. My life gets saved to be the premier of the country today through natural medicine. I'm not saying that Western medicine doesn't have its place. I'll never say that. That's ignorance. Both must coexist. But I'm asking that while we're here in the 21st century, to open our minds and look back at our history, that when our old people are trying to tell us a lot of these things, we ignore them. But everywhere in the world has made them so huge that they're industries with a lot of these medicinal values of these different bush. That's why I'm a believer in the medicinal cannabis and know the qualities it can bring. And I ask you while we're here, how we are to know that some of the medicinal values of cannabis might not turn out to help COVID-19. If that is the case, you realize what we just stumbled on. I like to keep my mind open. I like to make possibilities for people because I know I'm not going to be in this seat all the time. And one of the things that I tell God to help me get to this seat, to help people to do is to find their purpose. So that when I leave this seat, which one of these days I will, whether I want to or not, when I leave this seat and I go to sit down, I can live with the decisions that I made, as the old people tell me in Caribbean one time. Don't worry about the decisions that you make if you could live with them in power. Worry about those decisions if you could live with them out of power. So that those decisions I made that I could live with, so that I'll be able to live with them. And while we are here, we're going to make some tough decisions to open up this territory and open up even in the medicinal areas. Whenever you see people trying to limit people from our industry, it is because they want only a few of them to have money to become rich. I don't care what industry it is. Once you see people put an industry in such a way where most people can't reach it, that's where you're going. I'm amazed when people say different about this government because I don't get in a soul way. I don't get in a soul way. I let them talk, I let them jump, but they ain't getting the boardroom on my mind. I know I have a set time to do certain things to help the people of the Virgin Islands, to fulfill God's will and purpose for them and for myself. And we're going to get them done in this government, going to get them done. And we're together with it. No, I won't forget NHI, would I? NHI. I heard the member second spoke a lot on NHI. And he would appreciate, being a businessman and a man of numbers, that business is just like a computer. What you put in, you get out. You put in junk, you get out junk. But there's a further formula that was forgotten. If you don't put nothing at all, you only could get out of trouble. I am a firm believer that NHI started with the right intention. I don't feel it started bad. I feel it was needed. Where NHI went wrong, and it's a fact, it's not criticizing it, is that the fund to fund NHI was not allowed to build up. The seed money was never put in, all of it, the majority of it. So from the time NHI came to being, the first path was to allow it to catch itself with some payments over a couple months before persons could be allowed to use NHI. I was in the opposition saying that once you allow for that, then we'll be okay. But NHI came on the stream, and from the time the bill was assented to and it set up, all you were hearing was zhing, things coming out. No money gone in, things coming out. The first set of cars on NHI were in the millions. NHI never catch itself from then to now. And as a matter of fact, the Minister of Natural Resources said it completely, if it is not reviewed, it will bankrupt the British Virgin Islands. It's $42 million now because of it not starting correct that we have to fork out every year as a government into NHI. And with COVID-19, they ain't getting no less. So that is another one of the areas that this government has met that we have to go fix. But I'm not going to sit down and let people give us that as if it was our problem that we created. Yes, we have to fix it. But it is not just start now. And you see, I am convinced that when the minister started it, his intention was good. I know it was good. And he wanted it to get the money to build up. But again, when you're working with a team that don't let things grow, let the Lord way go, and they want to take it over, and didn't want to help the people through other means, and start to force the hand of NHI, that's what happened. So to get immediate gratification to help people, they create a problem that if we don't deal with it, we become a permanent noose around our neck. But I want persons to know that when we went for the grant, Minister of Natural Resources forgot to say this. He said it in a roundabout way. $1 million out of that $40 million grant is to revise NHI into such a way that it will become a more broad-based entity, almost or even greater, the same or greater as Social Security, which is the Minister of Natural Resources said who is over the subject, so that it will be profitable, not a loss. And that $1 million is going towards making sure that we get the persons and the Social Security and NHIs who will be selecting them, the experienced person to mushroom it into that to allow for it, which means that it will be going in some other areas. And it has to be that way. Because if we don't do that, and we leave NHI the way it is, we will be bankrupt, just by NHI alone. So to help the people of the Virgin Islands to get out of this $42 million a year, to make sure that NHI can finance itself, to make sure that we can open new doors for NHI, we put $1 million inside of that economic stimulus, looking in the future to make sure that we develop NHI in such a way that it can pay for itself and also have revenues to help with many other things. And that is being developed in an embryonic stage. But as it gets developed, we'll report to the House. They told us that it could take up to 18 months to do. I tell them that's too long. Double up and triple up. Because we don't have 18 months. But they were being realistic with me. And the minister, when they spoke to us. That's forward planning. That is forward planning. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the same NHI had that allowed to catch itself, would have been all right. Let things catch themselves. Man, they never let NHI catch itself yet. That was tantamount to a woman get pregnant and soon she done impregnate her again. You ain't letting a woman's body catch herself. And then when she die young, you want to know what happened. They ain't let it catch itself. And then on top of it, Social Security never had any unemployment benefit. When I negotiated with them to grant themselves $10 million so that they could start with an unemployment benefit and then bring the legislation, let's bring it to pass it through the House so we have an unemployment fund so that when COVID-19 or any other pandemic or hurricane comes and people paying into the fund, they'll be okay. And Honorable Neville Smith came up with a solution rather than increasing another percentage. Since you're paying 8.5%, he said, Minister of Labor and colleagues, let's just take 1% off of that and put it over here. Brilliant. It ain't saying that it's going to be 1%, but at least we see an angle on how to do it without raising any more taxes and keeping it the same, but getting more benefits. So the actuarial scientists will tell us if when you reduce the Social Security contribution in terms of percentage, if it's sustainable, and if you put this over there, what will happen? That's their job to go and do now. But we give them the footwork. But the point I'm making is that the same Social Security told us that it was there to be done for years and nobody would jump on it. Nobody. No, we come in to jump on it. And we put $10 million to help the people. And contrary to what Parsons saying, a lot of persons benefiting from the fund. And people who here on work permit, people who are here, indigenous Virgin Islanders, all are benefiting from the fund. Now I have to say that there are those who are saying that it doesn't benefit Virgin Islanders. Social Security didn't do the benefit saying only who are non-Virgin Islanders come. They say whoever are working, this is what you have to pay. So if you didn't pay in anything and the time come to get out something, how could you now reach the point to call that is for the people from the Caribbean island alone? What ignorance is that? Mind you, I didn't call you ignorant. I just asked what ignorance is that? Because if you pay into it, you'll get out. Whether you're indigenous Virgin Islander or not, what you're saying, somebody on work permit, pay Social Security, and all these things, and the time come to get it out, and then you want to play this old-time game that because they ain't from here now, and they're paying to the system, they shouldn't get out the money? Not while I is premier. And if the person from here and they're paying, give them the money. In these times while we're helping the farmer and fishermen, the junior minister for trade can tell you, we're encouraging them now to go and sign up. Because a lot of our people who were in those industries for years didn't sign up, so they don't have any retirement benefit or anything to look towards. Because people didn't put them in the right direction. So they were out there fishing for years. And now the time comes with a disaster, or they can't go fishing no more, they don't have any more money. This is the direction we put now people in. But they had all those who just want to fool them off and put the money in their hand and help them buy this and help them do this and tell them come back by the poll. And then when it's done now, the money gone, and they don't have any benefits, and the trouble is still there. That's not leading people. So I want to make sure that while we're looking at this Amendment Act, Medical Amendment Act, because, Mr. Speaker, the truth be told, some of what I said went off the act. But if you don't answer some of these things that go out on the news, and then when you look, you sit down, people call me and say, "Fire, how come you legalizing prostitution?" And then because the opposition says so, I say, what happened? That was a little passing thing, but I ain't here long, so those things are calculated things. So when they come on the news, it doesn't say that we are working on the Medical Amendment Act 2019. When the news pick out that little section, they just bring that little section about they're not giving NHI enough money and pick out the little section that they're not helping the people during COVID-19, but they don't look at what context it was said in and what we were debating. That is why I believe in one thing: when they go low, you go lower to bring them up sometimes. Because if not, they would get the majority of people in the territory believing them with some of these things, and you will be forever saying it's not so. And then praying to God, telling them, God, help me to get out of this. God help, who help themselves? It might sound bad what I say because I know what Michelle Obama saying. I ain't saying go Lord dirty. I say go Lord and them to make sure you explain it. Because they have those who like to take things out of context. Go Lord and them to dig them up, to dig up the negativity, to dig up the ignorance, to dig up the mischief, to dig up anything that was not right. So that when we plant what is correct, we went Lord and them so the soil will accept it. That is what I'm saying. I have run in this thing 21 years now, a professional opposition member. So I know the tactics. The difference is, when I went on a topic, it was solid topics that still are wrong. I answer him for the plane now. I ain't had to go dig low for the plane. It just ain't fly. So I don't mind people, when you say these things, they come defend. I'm hearing lately that we don't want nobody tell us, you could tell us anything, but we have to answer back. It can't go so. I don't answer all the time, but sometimes you do. And when we're done, we'll go get a cup of tea behind there and we sit down and we talk because we were able to get balance. So I like these debates. So excuse me if I went off the Medical Amendment Act and violated Section 38(1), I think it is, in the standing orders. Excuse me there. It was not intentional, but it was a matter of bringing balance to make sure that we did not allow things to go to negative infinity without letting the people know that there's a positive infinity that we can also go to. And while those are mathematical terms, we want to make sure that whatever is said in this house is not asymptotical to the truth, but that it reaches exactly on the axis, and there's no space in between because it's smack on factual. So as we debate the Medical Amendment Act, I say, Minister, kudos to you and your PS and all that the Health Emergency Operations Center has been doing overall. Because there were those who tell us that it was going to fail. Those who decided that it was going to fail because of how they were talking about it and deciding that it couldn't work. Now they're giving press conferences every month and taking credit. There are those in the society. Some of the talk shows, there are those. But if only some of the confidential documents could talk, we will know that some who claiming that they're a friend and they're a rescuer, they're really not. But one of the things I learned is that a lot of persons have studied the art of how to boil the frog. And first, people used to try to, when they go boil the frog to kill it, they used to try to just put him in the hot water, but the frog catch on to that. So what they do is they know the frog like the cool water, so they put the frog in there and they turn up the heat a little bit that he won't realize is up. And they turn up the heat a little more. Before you know it, the frog is dead and toasted. And the only person that's still living is the person who are cooking him. Be careful who's trying to put you in paradise, because they may be trying to turn up some heat on you while they're making you feel that they're taking care of you. That's why it's important that we register the right doctors and the right professionals. So, Minister of Health, I grew up with a lot of old people, so sorry for going off a little bit on a tangent, but my village, we learn by parables. And we learn through listening to the older folks and watching how they move. And I always say, all who have ears, let them hear. And I want you to know that as we go into this, find ways through the whole medical field to include the other side. Not just the herbalist. Herbalist is not fully naturalist. There's some differences to make sure that we capture this side before other people capture it for us. Because if we fail to capture it now, can I tell you that within the next 20 or 40 years, whoever come in this house is going to be trying to get there. And when they read the minutes of this house and realize that somebody was trying to get there earlier, but because persons didn't see and wanted to hold on to the status quo, They didn't allow it. Mr. Speaker, I end by saying this. When the Switch watch was the most popular watch and timepiece to tell time, no one saw the future. And everyone you met had on a watch. If you look down this aisle here, just the older fellows would have on watches. One or two young ones straight away. Most people, when you ask them the time, they check the phone. And when one of the individuals started to tell them, look, I've stumbled on something here, they tell them, no mind that fool. This is the in thing, and everybody ought to know about the Switch watch and telling the time. But he had stumbled on digital. But they say, well, why we need a watch just to give us digital? We're sticking with the Switch watch. They didn't see that digital would go in the microwave. They didn't see that digital was going to go in the television. They didn't see that digital was going to go with the computers. Had they caught the vision earlier, the Switch watch would have been able to make a paradigm shift and become even more rich than they were. But instead, their sales went down because they didn't shift when God had to make the shift. And because they didn't move, the Lord got other people to move with the digital. So I'm asking us in this territory, when it comes to our economy, I know that we'll get some flack as this government, but we're moving because the paradigm is shifting. And it has already shifted, waiting for us to get there. And we're on the move. And while we're doing that, we can't get there just with financial services and tourism. We have to get there with the medical cannabis. We have to get there with our traffic that we move. We have to get there with the same stamp duty that triggers banks to do better for our people. Little things trigger other things, but you'll never get credit. And not that you want it, but that's what you're here for. And when you go and you get these things to trigger, we move into without all those other industries, which I will name. Because this brief presentation, I won't do it. But when it comes to triggering, we can't go without the medical. And can I tell you that when we decide to trigger that part of the natural medicine and go into it, taking our time but moving with haste, we will open another medical tourism area for this territory that eyes have never seen and ears have never heard. So, Mr. Speaker, I welcome this updated legislation on the Medical Act to amend to update how we're going to register our professionals. But let us not just do the regular. We are in a new regular, so let us now leapfrog into areas so that we can end up leaders, especially coming out of COVID-19, and not just followers or not moving at all and saying shoulda, coulda, and woulda. But instead, let us do what Nike says. Let's just do it. Thank you.
I thank the Premier and the member for the First District for his contribution. For what reason does the member for this? I'm sorry, member for the second. You're saying something? You'll have to talk in the mic. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to speak before I call on the sponsor of the bill to wrap up? Haven't seen any other wishing to speak, I call upon the Minister for Health and Social Development to wrap up the debate.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you very much for.
Let's have a 2-minute recess. Please be seated. This Honorable House is back in session. I now invite the sponsor of the bill to wrap up, the Deputy Premier and Minister for Health and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for allowing me to complete this second reading. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank all the members for their support. This, again, I can take a safe bet that no one will vote against this because it is in the interest of everyone. But for those who, just a very short recap, for those who were at work earlier in the day, this Medical Act 2000 provides for the registration of medical, dental, and allied health practitioners and regulates the sale of drugs and poisons in the Virgin Islands. The Medical and Dental Council and the Allied Health Professional Council are established under the Act to carry out the process of credentialing persons entitled to practice medicine, dentistry, or allied health professions in the territory. We stated earlier that on record we have registered active professionals, 158 physicians, 14 dentists, 75 in the allied health field, 198 nurses, 60 midwives, and 23 nursing assistants. Mr. Speaker, we also stated that we have at the BVI Health Services Authority, there's a summer students program that would engage 15 students currently studying and will be engaged for the months of July and August. We want to make sure, and so all 13 members have agreed to split that cost. I heard a yay, no nays. We can get them working, so the CEO is empowered to go ahead and get this started. Mr. Speaker, we also mentioned that the facilities that we have invested in, 151,000 square foot Dr. D. Orlando Smith facility. In terms of medical facilities, 2022 will be 100 years since the two-room facility called Cottage was constructed, renamed in 1950 for Major Peebles, and in 2018, Dr. D. Orlando Smith. But in there, we boast 83 beds, 14 dialysis units, imaging units, operating theaters, pharmacies, laboratories, including live PCR testings for the COVID-19 virus, and state-of-the-art facilities throughout. Mr. Speaker, we speak of that because as we go towards the phase of accreditation, we have to be able to utilize the four walls in the new facilities that we are constructing. In Virgin Gorda, for instance, Nurse Iris O'Neill Medical Facility. We say that, Mr. Speaker, because with all of those registrations of which this Act speaks of, we can become accredited only if we were to get the timely registration, the credentialing of our experts on a timely basis, on a professional basis, and on a basis that you and I, going into any of the facilities, would feel safe about. We mentioned that we have 13 clinics. We mentioned we have 12 private facilities. And we mentioned also, Mr. Speaker, that when it comes to the Ministry of Health and Social Development, the staff know that I'm one for worksheets to make sure I can keep a tab on what is going on. So when I put a dot next to all of those acts and legislations and policies that protect us, whether it is the BVI Health Services Authority Act, the Importation Prohibition of Epidemic Diseases Ordinance, the Infectious Disease Notification Act, the Leprosy Ordinance, the Medical Act of which we speak tonight, the Mental Health Act, the Private Hospital Ordinance, the Public Health Ordinance. Mr. Speaker, we also have the Private Hospitals and Healthcare Facility Licensing Act, which will be another hot button topic coming under construction. The BVI Health Services Amendment Act, we'll be looking at that, and we'll be looking at the AG office. He has been taxed heavily, and for good work, there's only better work that's been actually required. The National Health Policy, the Medical Donation Policy, the Mental Health Policy, the National Medicine Policy, the National Medicine Formulary. The Chief Medical Officer is there, and he has opined a great deal as to the amount of work that is left yet to be done. He basically is, he's had a lot of years, a lot of experience, and he will help shepherd this through. But, Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to note that, and these numbers are not meant to scare, only to make sure that everyone is well aware that as a 30,000 population country, we are spending in excess of $90 million in health care annually. 42 million subvention from the government to the Health Services Authority. We're still putting in seed money in NHI. The Premier spoke of 1 million. But at the end of the day, what his books will show him is that when we came in 2019, of that 7.5 that was promised in 2016, he paid 2.5 million. So whenever he's talking about how much money he spent early, he always leaves that out. But it's 2.5 he had to add because that wasn't put in there. And the honorable member for the second is opining, but the fact is that the 2.5 or the 7.5 flew away. We'll get to that. Mr. Speaker, in terms of premiums from all sources to NHI, other than the subvention, we're talking about $34,500,000. So for 2019, they had $79 million that they collected. The honorable member for the second is correct. Whether it's central government or statutory bodies, too much of our money is still in receivables. It is an issue not only to NHI, but to the hospital, to government, and to a number of agencies. We have to find ways around it. But that 79, Mr. Speaker, you have to add another $11 million because the public and private copay and balance payment and the premiums that we pay to private insurance company total some $11 million. So as a territory, we're paying upwards upwards of $3,000 per person in a 30,000 population place, $90 million per annum. No small amount. This is why we've said, and let me just explain the $42 million because a lot of people are not aware. And could public and private facilities coexist? They must. One cannot exist to the exclusion of the other. And it is a delicate balance that we have. So the $42 million, for instance, right? We stated earlier that the free medical treatment is available to all public facilities, from all public facilities to the elderly, persons 65 and over. Another 4 years and under. Children, being persons aged 16 and under. Police officers, firemen, prison officers, public health workers, the mentally challenged, indigent persons, and prisoners. They walk in, it's free, provided. This is why, as I said, as many physicians, and we need more in the public service, but we need them to be, look in terms of you have optimal use of all these professionals that you're going to register. There are going to be those actions which you cannot support. A brain surgeon, for instance, because that may never come your way. So there is that expense in terms of sending people abroad for the tertiary treatment that we may never have. But when we look at primary treatment, Dr. Vincent Scatliff has always been a very heavy proponent, and as Chief Medical Officer, a very heavy proponent of primary treatment, taking it to the source, where it is. This is why we have to put in terms, well, they call them the clinics, now the new word, polyclinics, but I don't mind the 13 clinics if you use them properly. Because, Mr. Speaker, although you might look to put 3 or 4 polyclinics, the fact is that if you use the facilities that you have now, you can optimize the services that you have, and you can make it work. So, Mr. Speaker, in addition to the natural medicine and the naturalists, the doctors, of which the Premier speaks of, we must find ways in which we can do it different. But one of the ways in which we would be exploring, not will be, we are doing, because as the member for the ninth said, we move from the talking stage to the doing stage. Doers, the Complete Health Improvement Program, CHIP, is ongoing. It is real. And again, because, I like to invite my members to share in all of these positive programs. And they don't cost members much. We're talking a small amount, $2,307.69 to share. In terms of the summer program, 36,000 divided by 13, small amount, taken from that stimulus, because it will help in this COVID-19 era. Get our professionals in, get our local folks in. And we have another one, the Complete Health Improvement Programs. We already started the program. Honorable member for the 7th, he have sponsored some. Honorable member for the 2nd, he have sponsored some. It's all part of that 200 grant at $150 each for $30,000 divided by all 13, some of which the members have already pledged, $2,307.69 would be led towards a complete health improvement program. We cannot reduce that $90 million of expenditure unless we put ourselves in position to have healthier body, healthier lifestyles, and the Premier could push back the date as much as you want. I'm going to win I'm going to win that challenge. I'm winning the challenge. And it will be continued because Chip speaks of lifestyle changes. That's what I've done. How can he catch me again? He cannot. So, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, this is a challenge, but this is a healthy challenge. The Premier don't like to lose at anything, but he's knocking the mat already and pushing the dates back. But we will see how that comes. Mr. Speaker, the fees have been standing still for years, and we have an opportunity now to look at them. The members will look at them in the committee stage and make sure that they're brought up to date. One of the things, and when we come to the Health Services Authority, we will look at that, but the concept of balance billing is an issue that they were looking at. Ways in which they can move from the 42 by CHIP, move from the 42 by balance billing, and move from the 42 in efficiency. Because what the, if we're going to spend over $120 million for the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital construction and all and furnishings and equipment, and if we're going to spend over 8 to 9 million in the Nurse Iris O'Neill Clinic, and if we're going to improve all the other facilities that we have, we must make it work, despite the fact that we are called upon, must take free health care to those persons previously listed. So, Mr. Speaker, with that short closing remark, I beg to report. I move that the bill be read a second time.
I thank the Deputy Premier. Honourable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Medical Amendment Act 2019 be now read a second time. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Therefore, I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Medical Amendment Act 2019.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. This House is now in committee.